What's going on, everyone? Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can see me. Let me know if you're there. Let's go see. Let me see if I got this going on right now. I don't know. They keep updating Restream, so I cannot see people's chat. Oh, this is not good. There we go. It's on screen there, but I don't want it on screen. All right, but hopefully everyone's doing well. We're gonna have to pull this on another screen because it's like messing up. It's messing up for me. But yeah, we got a lot of stuff to talk about today. Just a ton, just a ton. And it's like stuff that most time people will find boring, but I find interesting. So we got like legal cases, we got business cases, we got games. Oh my goodness, I saw a game that I don't know why I hadn't seen this one, but it's coming out pretty soon. I'm actually looking forward to it. We got some of my favorite franchises with games, and then we just got like just random news. Like, so I'm interested to see that. But there's actually a couple of things that we're going to talk about that I found, I don't know, I found it like pretty surprising. Um, so I'll probably hit that in the middle, and I'll say why I found it surprising, like why it's going on. Let me see. Turning the volume up on my laptop makes it sound better. Next gen Xbox console. Go ahead, Xbox. Xbox. Louis, I can't take you serious. Louis, look, I can't take you serious. You like run off and then you're like, oh, let me go find something here. You haven't even. It's a PC. Like I just can't take you serious, Louis. Someone censor that man. Someone censor him. Hey Zalek, what's going on? Hey Roster, I see you. Hey Crow, what's going on? Let's see. Rooster. I know I can't take you serious. I can't take you seriously. It is that. We already like I don't think you know what y'all believe in anymore. That's the thing. Y'all change the goalposts too much, and that's why I can't take y'all serious. All right. Oh man. I just messed up my computer. I had the chat and then I lost it. Okay. All right. So what we're gonna do is like I said, we got a couple of different things going on today. We got a really big case out in the UK regarding Sony. We have some updates on the situation that I think just keeps on just evolving, which is the Warner Brothers APK deal. We have a couple of other smaller ones that didn't make as much news, but have huge implications on gaming. So I do want to. I mean, they've made the news if you're looking, but not like the news like we look. So I do want to talk about those as well. But you know how we always do it. We always kind of start off with the smaller ones. We always kind of start off with the smaller ones. So we're gonna do that. Let me see if I can get y'all all here. Here we go. All right. So here's one I thought was interesting, and we're gonna actually. This one actually comes with a. This one comes with a trailer, so we're gonna have to do that, and let's just make sure I have the trailer ready to go. Let's just make sure I have the trailer. Okay, I thought I had the trailer ready to go. Whoever is my producer, where is the trailer for the game from Nintendo? Okay, I see it. All right, there we go. Oh my goodness, I cannot do this on MacBooks. All right, here we go. So Palworld, if y'all remember, Palworld was quoted as copying off of Pokemon. And then there's this new game called Pikmin. Don't get me wrong, there is actually a game on Nintendo's called Pikmin as well, but this isn't that. There's a new game called Pikmin saying that they stole the designs from Palworld and Pokemon. And so I was like, okay, I gotta see what this is. I got to see what this is. So we're gonna watch this trailer, and we're gonna talk about this a little bit more. But I want to get y'all's opinion about this because this is something that's been kind of going on for like the last at least 2 years. But yeah, let me know what y'all think. We're gonna watch the trailer and see what y'all think. All right, here we go. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. So that was Pikmon. I don't know. Okay, so y'all saw it. All right. Um, so that is Pikmon. And I don't know how to describe it per se. Like, right, you saw obviously some Pikachu influences there. You saw some Zelda, like some Link. Let's not call it Zelda. Let's call it Link. Saw some Link influences there. Um, I'm kind of more offended just by the name. I'm not gonna be like, y'all know I love Pikmin. And so, like, literally the name of the game is like Pick, like Pick, Mon. Like, like Pikmin. Like, it's like, how can we offend Nintendo the most? Like, there was even a character in there that I don't know. I look at this and I'm like, this is like AI art gone bad. You know what I mean? It's like, how many Nintendo franchises can we fit in one game? Right? So you have like city builder stuff, you're like fighting. Like, I'm curious on the gameplay loop. Ganon, I know it was Ganon as well. The Pokemon was a transformer too. I get it. I get it. The music was terrible. Come on, Crow. You do not think that was like game of the year score of the year, game of the year? You don't think it was score of the year? I'm sure I think you did, but I don't know Pokemon very well. I'm pretty sure I saw Pikachu. I definitely saw Pikachu with a different skin. Super interested Super because the card capture looks a lot like his mirror prison. What? Yeah, they all look. They should just class action suit. I don't know, but here's the thing, and we kind of touched on this, and the reason I wanted to show it, obviously, it's like blatant inspiration in quotation marks here. Um, and it's launching on the Nintendo Store, which I think is pretty interesting. But I think the question, and we can all say, like, yeah, that is like inspired by IPs that we know. But the real conversation I think that needs to be had is, what does a future look like in which the franchises that it doesn't even matter, right? 50, 40, 30-year-olds who kind of know through and through, when a different generation, so like people who are like teenagers now, right? Who may not have the same affinity to those franchises, and they decide to like, oh, let's take this. They start copying and molding, and with AI, like the one thing I will say, well, not the one thing, one of the things I would say about AI is I think it does lower the barrier to entry to produce, to make anything, right? So, what happens when you have those people, right? The creatives, the developers, taking some of this and I don't think anybody would like confuse that game with like Pokemon, right? Like I don't think anybody would confuse that game with like Pikmin, the game. Like even though they share the same name, like phonetically, like that's definitely not Pikmin. I don't think anybody would be like, "Oh yeah, you're like attacking people and that's Pokemon," right? Like there's a certain thing about IP law which this game definitely is going to the line and then it'll cross it, but it crosses it with like a different IP. But for that IP, it's like, no, we're still on this side of it, right? So what does it say that the future, because don't get me wrong, I think this is going to be the future of a certain segment of gaming. You know what I mean? Like, I feel that we're gonna continue to get this, and it's gonna be, like, bombarded. What does that say? Like, is that like, you're like, "Ah, it is what it is." Do you think it, like, devalues the original IP? Are you just, like, nostalgic for, like, a simpler time? You know what I mean? I think, like, all of that is there, and I don't think we've ever, like, really seen it. We've talked about like, I remember when I did, Black Myth Wukong right before it came out, I did a game, or I did a live stream. We did a Shades of Purple back then, and back then, I said, "Hey, we're gonna get a lot of, like, this, like, copycats of Black Myth Wukong," right? And and we were thinking, like, kind of how Souls games, like, right, as soon as, like, Elden Ring won Game of the Year, like 2, 3 years later, that's all we see, like Souls games, Souls games, Souls games, right? But what about like actually the IP? Like we never talked about like when you just get a ton of slop. No offense to that Pikmin, but I think it's just like slop. You know what I mean? What does that say? And I have my opinions, but I'd like to hear what y'all have to say about it. And I still can't see my chat on Restream, so I'm gonna have to pull y'all up here. Music reminds me of John Tesh concert. Oh, ooh, for the record, I've never been to one. Yes, you have, Crow. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Jonathan, hey, Jonathan, how are you? I do remember you. At least make the main characters look original. Yeah, you could say that, but I think that's the whole point, right? They're trying to like, I think the interesting thing, with the community, let's call it Gen Z, right? Gen Y, Gen Z. The one thing I think that makes that generation very unique when it comes to gaming, specifically PC gaming, is that they could do mods. Like, hey, let me do this mod, blah, 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 blah. And then they could do mods with like giant heads or mods like to change the game up in so many different ways. And of course, like you have to go like someone builds the mod and then you download it and then you utilize the mod, right? What happens when people just make the game? You know? Like they just make the game. Instead of it being a mod, they just make a game. That is so similar to the game that it's like, yeah, you're clearly inspired by it. But again, we had this conversation with the entire conversation around say, look, what were the games? It was the one that was like Horizon and the one that wasn't. We had a whole conversation around that. Like, at what point is it like the same game versus like at what point is it not the same game? Like, where is that line drawn? And we're going to be talking about like that line here, not for franchises, but for something else that I think, I don't know, it touched a nerve with me earlier. in how this is being applied now. It's like it's starting to get like super gray. Um, they might be banking on parents who aren't that familiar with the IPs. They used to be a thing with movies. True. I mean, give me an example. Give me an example. Or do we get to look forward to more shovel? I think it is more shovelware, right? I'm still waiting for copycat to The Sims. I think they can't. I think they tried, but the Sims people are so attached to The Sims that you can't necessarily do it the same way. I don't know who John Tush is. Go look at. You can look it up. In movies, they're called blockbusters, like Transformers. Be trans. Wait, Transformers. Be transformer. What? I can tell you. How did you misspell this? Wait, I can't see. I know you did something different there, or did you just spell the same thing? The Light of Mortrium, yes, they like that's the game. So like those 2, like where do you draw the line? Is it like, oh, it's a red hair superhero? Is it because you're like shooting robots with an arrow? Like at what point is the game similar? And I think this game right here, Pikmin, is 100% like going up to the line. Like if Power World, like, and this is a slippery slope. Power World, obviously there was like that main character in Power World, and we're like, okay, they're similar. And then the entire gaming community was like, oh, Nintendo. Oh, I know what I want to do. They're like, oh, Nintendo, you're suing this little company, right? And and everybody was all for that. But now we see like another like smaller player, like they're pushing the envelope here. Hey David Wilson, what's going on? Transformers versus Transmorphers. Oh, Transmorphers. Oh my yes, I see what you're doing. Or the little panda fighter versus Kung Fu Panda. Yeah, you're gonna see that as you've lowered the barrier to entry to like game development. And I think AI absolutely does this, right? Where you can get an off the shelf like game engine, especially nowadays, like where you just have to like tell the AI, like, I want to build this, blah, 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 blah. You just have a kid who like puts together this thing and then you just put it out there. And we're gonna be talking about digital storefronts, and y'all are gonna be like, well, purple, like Nintendo has a Nintendo or PlayStation or Xbox or whoever, like they're going to maintain their storefront, right? And we're going to be talking about this because even that is under quite a bit of threat. So, like when you have the IP being pushed in a way that's never been pushed, you have the barriers to entry being pushed in a way they've never been pushed, and you have the storefronts being opened up in a way they've never been opened up. I absolutely believe like the next 5 years in gaming, I think you get another moment where it's like, you know, that Nintendo Entertainment System seal of quality that was what made Nintendo super popular. I think we start to see almost another, and if you all haven't heard me, like I say this a lot, I think we actually see another gaming, I'm about to say a gaming pandemic, but that's not what it is. A gaming crisis. I guess a gaming pandemic could be a gaming crisis in a way. But I think you get another gaming crisis that isn't that is like building right now. It's like the ingredients are already there in my opinion. Hey SVG, it's SVG? So great to see you. I haven't seen SVG in a while. Thanks for coming by, y'all. SVG, Simply Fun Gaming, formerly Stadia Pro Gaming, one of the first shades of purple guest. So glad to see him. Also great, he has a channel. I'm not sure if he started back up, but it's always great to see him. But yeah, I think you start to see this this thing that we haven't really like started to reconcile, and that's like what happens traditionally, like during like when things like this happen. And there's gonna be, like, a clean out moment, right? We're already seeing a lot of smaller studios or publishers that aren't as well financed not being able to hang. Like, we've talked about this over the last 3 years. Like, it seems almost every month there's layoffs in the industry, layoffs in the industry, layoffs in the industry. And don't get me wrong, like, some of these people are bouncing back and they're starting their own studios and their own and I think a huge great story for entrepreneurship and creatives banding together. But when you start flooding the market, right, just with anybody who has the ability to, like, be somewhat savvy with AI prompts, somewhat savvy with, like, feeding the AI with certain information, and then, like I said, like, with AI being able to develop, like, kinda easy games or, like, "Hey, like, copy the code from this game or the game engine from this game." Like, I don't know, I think there's something that to be said there that I don't feel like the gaming community has fully appreciated, especially the older gamers who have, like, these emotional attachments to, um to certain franchises, to certain brands, to certain characters. I don't think there's, like, this fully baked in appreciation, um, for how gaming's gonna change. And I just saw this one, and like I said, like, it's almost offensively obvious what they were trying to do or what they are doing. But what happens when you have, like, Pikmin 2 and it's spelled Pikmin different and it looks like it's even more, like, what happens then? Um, so that was kinda my thing. There could end up being a consumer backlash if the copycats are poorly made since some of the storefronts don't offer refunds. I think you're right. I think you're right, and that's why, I think there is a crisis developing because it's essentially like weeds in a garden, right? Like, what makes weeds and I got Rebolica here, so back me up, my fellow gardener. But, like, weeds what really makes weeds dangerous is a lot of times that they take the nutrients from other plants that you're trying to grow. You know what I mean? And so, what happens when some of these other games, like, choke out the gaming ecosystem enough to where you're not allowing some of those more vulnerable studios to survive? Like, what happens then? Right? You start to get, like I don't think there's any coincidence that on PC, I think, what did SPG have? Oh my goodness, I didn't see that. I sure did. You're gonna be a dad? Congratulations with Miss Sierra Rose? Oh my goodness, I did not see that. Oh, wow. SPG. So is this your first kid, SPG? I didn't see that, y'all. I'm so sorry. Thanks, Rouster, for like doing the app purple so I could go up to SPGs. A little girl. Oh my goodness. I feel like that's gonna be so fun. Surprise to you? Oh my goodness. That's like took my whole entire my whole thing. Congrats. Yeah, I know. Wow, little people. Yep, first. Whoa. When did you find out? We'll take a moment. Well, when did you find out? Well, we can like back up. When did you find out? I know is this party birthday or we will have like a one. How far along? Um, because that's a I think that's an important question. So we can put it on our calendars. So how far along? When did you find out? You know what I mean? Like I'm all into this now. Oh my goodness. Am I still there? Can y'all still hear me? Am I still connected? Make sure. Let me make sure. Let me make sure. Being a girl, you simpleton, you have 2 daughters, right? We were on vacation to West Virginia, and there was magic in them. Oh my 15 weeks. Oh, wow. Wow. I mean, I'm not sure what I'm more surprised with in that statement there, because there's a lot there. The fact that somehow you went to West Virginia, got pregos, and not just pregos, but 15 weeks pregos, like, that's all magical. But the fact that you said you went to vacation in West Virginia, I mean, I don't know, but I feel like you probably supported half of West Virginia's, like, tourist industry with that one. Sorry, not sorry, I can't stand you. Can't stand West Virginia, sorry. Sorry. Um, I have 2 daughters, 30 and 18. Oh my goodness. 30 and 18, simpleton. Jeez, no wonder. No wonder you're just like, "Leave me alone." No wonder you're just like, "Leave me alone." And if I start coming in a little wrong, y'all, I need to make sure I have my Wi-Fi hotspot on. Y'all know I have this issue. I don't know why, by the way, but I have this issue that, for some reason, it's like Thursdays, no other day, Thursdays between, like, 8:15 and 8:45, I get, like, connection issues. Um, yeah, we definitely saw some things. You definitely saw some things? Did you see what is that movie? Wrong Turn? The one that features Fett's cousins? Is that it? Probably the only thing to do in West Virginia, though, purple what, make babies? I was about to say that. I was like, it totally makes sense to me why they would have a kid in West Virginia. Um, it does seem like it's one of those places that just, lends itself to baby making. I'm not gonna hide that one. But I guess the whole thing was to, like, to vacation there, maybe the Appalachian Mountains? Appalachia, I guess? I went to West Virginia on the way back from, when I moved my mom up here, and, I don't know, they had a grocery store I'd never seen. No, no, they did. They had a Food Lion. I don't know if y'all don't know that. Like, there's no more Food Lions anywhere else in the United States, I swear. Like, Food Lion was a grocery store from, like, the '80s. Literally like a grocery store from, like, the '80s to early '90s. I've never seen a Food Lion except in West Virginia. Like, the last 30 years, I haven't seen a Food Lion. I had to get out of there. He's gotta be a mom? You're so mean. That movie freaks me out. That's cousins. Oh my good. Oh, Wrong Turn? I think there's a Wrong Turn part 2. Oh my goodness. I feel like, I mean, there's so many movies like that, right? Where, like, Wit and I were talking about this. Like, it starts off with, like, group of people are going out in the country, and then they encounter the person who's like, "Don't go down that road," and then everybody's like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna, like, go right down the road." I wish I could count how many movies start off like that. Like, how many horror movies start off with that? Like, random cities. It's either random city people or college co-eds. You'll notice it's those 2 groups of people. And it's actually there's so much, like, social theory in that, if you think about it, that those are always the 2 groups of people that go into the country, go down a wrong turn, the locals all know, like, what's down there. They try to warn the people, but they just keep driving down, and then people start dying. Like, the social commentary on that theme alone and how many times it, like, comes up, this is, like, almost why I don't know, I went on a total tangent. because we were talking about Pikmin, but I went on till tangent right here. Is why I feel like anything about like movies are changing, things are getting woke, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's always the same. It's always the same tension. You know what I mean? Like Friday the 13th, same tension, same thing. As you would see today, and people were like, "Oh, the city people hate the rural people," and it's like, no, like there's always like the city mouse and the country mouse. It's always existed. It's when like a bit. It's like when a big power blackout happens. Nothing to do, bam, babies, or like the pandemic. I'm waiting for the pandemic people. What are we talking about? We're talking about so SPG is having a baby girl. So we were just celebrating that. And then we started talking about, and then somehow that led to wrong turn. And then somehow my mind just switched to like social commentary. It's kind of how you want to know how Purple's like day goes. Like this is how it goes. I'll see like a blue car and I'll be like, what the heck? New generation and their blue cars. It always happens like that. That's what happens. But yeah, SPG went to West Virginia and they had a baby. Like that's how it started. That's kind of how it happened. I don't know if that speaks more volumes about West Virginia or SPG. But you had two events happen and a baby came out of it. So I think it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Don't be putting Jason in there. No, I think Jason is part of the whole thing about like city people / college co-eds go down to a rural part of the country or go outside the city limits. They run into like some foreseer person who's like, bad things are going to happen to you. And they're like, yeah, chump, you're going to die or something. And then the person's like, you're going to regret that. And then they just keep driving. Like, yeah. Or they're like, have y'all heard about the bus that went missing? 20 of you all just died. And they're like, no, we'd have never heard of that. And I'm like, I'm sorry. This is just purely stupid. Yes, everybody would have heard about the 20-person school bus that just went missing. You know what I mean? Like everybody would have heard of that. It's not like, oh yeah, like yeah, we're so like in the reefer madness that we just did not hear about that. It's just like so many things happen. What's wrong with blue cars? Oh, let me tell you. I'll yell at cars to slow down as I have my coffee on my porch. So you don't have a porch, simpleton. With you and your horrible pizza in Boston. Don't forget Boobies, Purple. That what those movies were for, besides for Kate at your own risk. They were boobies. They were about boobies and about like the what did we say? Oh my goodness. Wayne and I've had so many good conversations about movies. Like about almost the morality around premarital sex. Because you'll notice, like any of those movies in like the 70s and early 80s, like it's always like the co-ed couple, because you couldn't have any LGBTQ representation back then. So it always has to be, or if you did, that person definitely died. But it was always like the couple that would sneak off, and then that's the couple that would die. And there would always be like the one chick who's like, it was always the chick, by the way. It's always the chick. The one chick who like maintained her like discipline. She's like the one that survives. And somehow there's always like some like varsity sports, like the cool, smart guy. He gets hurt somewhere. He always gets hurt somewhere. But somehow he's going to make it. Like the chick who like doesn't hook up with anyone ends up with this guy and like saves this guy. But that's the guy who's a hero now. But the chick did everything. Like she did everything. Like she beats the monster, saves this guy, and gets out of there. And then has a scene kind of like at the end of Predator where she's standing on top of the hill. That I just named probably like 20 different horror films over like a 30-year time frame. I'm telling you, I named about 20 horror films over 30. Friday the 13th is never about it's about Jason kicking butt and boobs. He kicked boobs? Jason didn't kick any boobs. The good old 80s plots were simple. The bad guy takes kids, hero kicks bad guy butt. Not always. I mean, then the horror films kind of switched, right? Because once you get to like Freddy Krueger, like 2, 3, like once you get past Nightmare on Elm Street, like horror films, like they flipped. You know what I mean? Yeah, the final girl. It is the final girl. That's literally her name. And thank you so much, Ambi, for breaking in and getting Paul a gifted membership. But yeah, that's like the thing. Like the Zodiac in real life. The Zodiac Killer? Which one's the Zodiac Killer? Because I get confused between the Zodiac Killer and the Golden Gate Killer. I get confused between those two. But yeah, Paul is a cool guy. Make up point was dangerous. It always is dangerous. That was the Zodiac Killer. That was the Zodiac Killer. No, actually, every serial killer does this. There's like a whole like genre of serial killers that kill people as they're making out. Like there's like several in Texas. Promise you, there's several in Texas. I feel like Ted Bundy is a kind of like this too. And then that tall dude, who's the Ed, whatever his name is, who likes women's shoes. Like they all do this. I can't remember, you don't know. And we have fine pizza. The fact that you called it fine pizza, simpleton. No one describes pizza as fine. Like we're not talking like about chicks. Oh, that pizza fine. Like, are you serious? No one talks about pizza like this. Oh, that barbecue fine. No one says this, simpleton. Geez, some complex meal only that they can figure out. It's dough, tomato sauce, and cheese. I feel bad for you, simpleton. I feel bad for your upbringing, and I think it explains a lot. I feel like CPS should have took you at a younger age if that's what you think pizza is. Commando, Rambo, Bloodsport, Predator, Aliens. I could continue. What about what? The final chick? Those aren't horror films. Those are okay. Every single film you just, first of all, Alien does have this. Alien does have Sigourney Weaver at the end of it. Okay. So don't give me that. Wait a minute. I know this isn't Purple Haze talking about my discussion on We Wrestle. We were some guys who were mad because women have lead plots and pull. Women have led polls in movies? What type of movies are you watching? What type of poll movie? What kind of simpleton-ass movie are you watching? What type of movie has a poll in movie? She has the lead poll? What is this, P-Valley? Please don't. The San Francisco killer who left, they had mixed things. And Zodiac still hasn't been caught, but Golden got caught kind of recently. Golden was the police officer, right? And Zodiac, so I think I saw Zodiac had a like Netflix show with it. I think. I want to say I've seen this. And like the detectives go crazy and the guy thinks he actually knows who did it, but they can never like prove it. Are you talking about Ed Kemper or Ed Gein? No, okay, Ed Gein. Okay, not a great thing. Ed Gein's the one who's like inspires Buffalo Bill, right? Like or the Silence of the Lamb is inspired by Ed Gein. And Ed Kemper is like the tall 6'7" one, right? No one knows who the Zodiac Killer is, Cal. Or what are y'all acting like she doesn't know who the Zodiac Killer is? You just told me they've never been caught. The pizza is hot though. Oh my god, I do. Who has cold pizza? Cass, that's what. Lead pole? What are you talking? He's talking about Showgirls. I haven't seen it. Lead roles in movies. Oh, lead roles. You said lead poles. I was like, "What are you talking?" There's a movie called The Zodiac. Okay, so I've seen the Zodiac movie. I have seen that one. And it's like he ends up getting a divorce and everything, right? No, Texas Chainsaw. So I know a lot about Texas Chainsaw because I'm in Texas, or I'm from Texas. So I kept up with that one. Um, you gotta get some energy into the word fine, like, like that was a fawn. I can't do it like that. I can't do I can't. I love how you phonetically wrote that out because I know exactly how you would say it. Oh, now we're gonna confuse her. I had those great scenes with Kemper. So I remember that, but I've seen the actual Ed Kemper, like, documentary. Do I need to talk serial killer stuff? I know a lot about well, I don't know. I know, like, some of the more popular ones, and then some of them that are, like, very central to Houston. Um, like the Houston, Texas, like I-45 in Houston, Texas. Like, my parents have been saying since I was little, like, they're like, "There's a serial killer out there." This is, like, when I was, like this was when I was little, because they would always find women's bodies out there, and then come to find out there literally was, like, 2 or 3 serial killers out there. Then they caught one, like, not too long ago. I thought the Zodiac did get caught because he was the guy that got caught because he shot his sister. Look it up. No, they never officially because from the movie, they never actually figured out who it was. Still on the loose, probably dead. No, I think they said he died. I think he said Texas Chainsaw was inspired by Geen. No, there's actually Texas Chainsaw is actually inspired by, like, this dude who really like the Texas Killing Fields. That's what I thought. I thought Texas Chainsaw was inspired by the Texas Killing Fields. No? Or am I wrong? Outside of Austin, Texas. Heading to bed, but good to see y'all. Hey, no worries, David Wilson. I don't know which horror unless it's really campy, like, is Buffy horror? So yeah, I have no idea what y'all are talking about. No worries, Rebecca. We're talking about serial killer. We're talking like real life. We're kind of like mixing real life horror with like fake, like with movie horror. And it's like intertwining because some real life horror has inspired non-horror. Hannibal Lecter was inspired by Dr. Alfredo, a guy that was in Mexico in prison. I wouldn't doubt that one. Here's what's cool. When we got off the plane yesterday, the first thing we ate was, oh, real pizza from Real Pizza Shop since Florida. So, Cowboy, could you tell the difference? Because I know you're like, oh, we found a good pizza place. I was like, none of the pizza you ever showed on your channel in Florida looked good at all. No, wasn't it parking tickets? Which ones, Alec? Zoe is interesting for a bunch of reasons. If interested, check it out. I think I have seen it. Texas Chainsaw was from Ed Gein. All right, I just remember Texas Chainsaw being inspired by the Texas Killing Fields because there was literally a person in Texas, outside of Austin, Texas, who was killing people. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong that Texas Chainsaw was. I don't know how Texas Chainsaw would be inspired by Ed Gein, considering that Ed Gein didn't use a chainsaw. He wasn't from Texas, and he didn't lure people to his house. As where the Texas Killing Field serial killer was from Texas, used chainsaws to cut up the bodies, and lured people to his house. But I could be wrong on that. I could be wrong on that. Here you go, Google. I'll explain. Remember the bones in the house? Ed Gein's home was full of bones. Oh, you're saying Ed Gein. Yeah, it was. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. All right. All right. We'll talk more about this when we pick it up. When we pick it up on I gotta get through a bunch of gaming news. Y'all got me all sidetracked. Y'all got me all sidetracked. By this time, I'm usually like at the most juicy parts. Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre was proudly inspired Wisconsin serial killer who create massive furniture from human skin. I know who Ed Gein is. I always thought it was the Texas Killing Fields. That's all. I saw a picture on the TikTok killer about a modern day serial killer from Spain. He was released after serving 30 years and was recently arrested for murdering 2 people. How's he the TikTok? How was he killing people on TikTok 30 years ago? I know horror characters are hard. Um, no, I have a movie about serial killer that I like, Arsenic and Old Lace. I haven't seen either of those. I need to get into those. I gotta get into those. Yeah, it's confusing. I'm just telling you what I always knew from Texas. And don't get me wrong, like I'll be the first to tell you, like Texas people think everything is Texas. Like so when the Texas Chainsaw Massacre came out, like the Texas Killing Fields was a real thing. Like there's really a serial killer who was out there. Like that's not a debate. So like it could have totally been Ed Gein. All right, 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 all right. So we're gonna switch to gaming a little bit. We'll come back to movies here in a second. We're gonna come back. Our podcast confirmed, y'all. we're gonna come back to gaming because here's like actually probably one of the bigger things I wanted to talk about. And this is actually something we're gonna dive a little bit further into this because the headline isn't fully the headline, if you know what I mean on that one. And this is this one, right? Sony won a 2.67 billion lawsuit over alleged monopoly in digital game sales. So this actual class action lawsuit, that one that I am showing right there, that's actually not new, right? We actually knew about this a few years ago that Sony was going to do it. Well, anyway, let me pull it up here. We actually knew that this was going to happen from a few years ago. Now, here's the thing. This trial actually just started. And it's a really interesting trial because when this thing first got announced, like 18 months ago, let's say, I thought it should have got tossed out, right? Like, I was like, how is this even proceeding? And it's really interesting because what they're arguing in the support they have is pretty solid, right? Like there is a chance that Sony loses this case. And it doesn't really have to do with games. So I did want to like break this out because I don't think any of the gaming channels are actually like talking about this, like why the British antitrust authorities, why they feel like they have a case, or why the plaintiffs feel like the case. But also at the same time, Sony has some pretty interesting things too in their back pocket as it pertains to this case. And so what this really has to do is with digital games, right? That's the big thing right there. The digital games that PlayStation sells. And what the plaintiffs are essentially saying, and we're going to talk about the plaintiffs because they're not all innocent people either. What the plaintiffs are essentially saying is that you can only buy a Sony game, a Sony digital game on the Sony PlayStation. And Sony is overcharging it has to do with that 30% fee that Sony takes from every single digital sale on their console. And they're saying that's too much, right? And what they're mainly pointing to is the fact that they're saying like, look, how is Sony going to charge us the same amount for like a digital game as they do for a physical game if a digital game is cheaper? Right? This is like one of their arguments. They go further with that argument to say like, hey, at one time, we could buy digital games on PlayStation or on Amazon, or we could buy digital games on CD keys. And Sony took that away. So they took the only competition to buy a digital game on PlayStation away from the consumer, which means that Sony is able to inflate the price. Now, this isn't like totally bad, if you ask me. But their argument has a lot of teeth, and it has teeth in two distinct areas. The first area is Apple. Yes, that Apple, iPhone Apple. Apple, they just lost a case in the UK. They are appealing. But Apple just lost a case a few months ago in which Apple tried to argue like, hey, we take 30% for every one of the digital like app purchases for us, and we should be able to continue to do it. And they said, because we're the ones that build the iPhone and the ecosystem, why should we allow another storefront to just freeload on our device? Well, the UK people were like, not so fast, Apple. And traditionally, UK regulators, now their law is a little different than the US. They traditionally don't jump into price arguments, like pricing, like this is too expensive or this isn't expensive enough, unless it's a like utility, so electric bill, water bill, and so forth. And in that case, the regulators essentially said, hey, Apple, having a phone is a necessity. It's basically a utility. You do your authentication on that. You have to use it. You have to use it for work. You have to use it to communicate with people. Literally, the ability to have a phone is a necessity. And therefore, since it's a necessity, it acts as a utility. And because it acts as a utility, we think that there should be some price controls on the product. This is what they argue. And so Apple last year lost their case. And this has given this case with Sony a lot more teeth. Now, here's the thing. This is very, 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 very important. There's one big piece of that puzzle that Sony's trying to say, yeah, that was for Apple. That's not for us. And that is gaming a luxury or is gaming a utility? And Sony is trying their best to suggest that gaming is a luxury, that you have other alternatives to like game. You don't have to game. Like gaming isn't a necessity in the sense that you have to have it to like work, right? So that's where Sony is. But the plaintiffs in this situation have said, yeah, but for everybody who's actually bought a PlayStation, it's almost like you're locking us into it's almost like you're locking us into that system, right? And so given this situation, they have a case. Now, there's a couple of things that I think like we should know about the plaintiffs before we cast judgment on this situation. One thing about the plaintiffs is that the plaintiffs aren't really gamers, right? So the plaintiffs are a group of lawyers and this consumer advocate person. And so in that regard, like traditionally in the United States, this person couldn't bring a case, but in the UK, they can bring a case. The other thing, and why we see this huge number, this huge number, which is roughly $1.97 billion or $2.67 billion US. The big thing is, how do you get that number? And this is actually where I don't agree with the plaintiffs fully. What they've said is everybody who's ever bought a PlayStation from 2026, February 2026 on back, So basically 12 million people who've bought a PlayStation and who have bought a digital game on the PlayStation Store is a plaintiff. So you get this huge number of people. Sony has essentially argued, like, no, that shouldn't be the case. If you're doing a class action lawsuit, people should be able to opt in, and therefore the people who opt in should be a part of the class action. And so that's where you're getting this big number, this discrepancy between like this huge number. And a lot of analysts are saying, like, hey, this lawsuit really doesn't help gamers because Sony's made it pretty clear that if they don't get that 30%, they're going to raise the price of the console. On top of that, they're saying if they don't get their 30%, that helps compensate for the console. Other prices are going to go up because now they have to do more to like verify the game and so forth. So you have, in a way, a group of people who have essentially brought a class action lawsuit, but they don't actually represent a class. Like the people who brought this class action lawsuit aren't actually gamers, like, right? They're consumer advocates. And I don't think I've ever talked about it on here, but I've been part of 2 class action lawsuits. And class action lawsuits have like an actual thing, like you have a class, like a certain group of people. So in this regard, the class is people who've bought a PlayStation and bought a digital game. The one thing I don't like about this, and I said it before, you have to opt out of it or you're part of the class. And so both of the class action lawsuits I was part of, I was someone who had to, like, I was automatically in it because of who I am. They automatically said, hey, Purple, you're going to be part of this class action lawsuit. And for both of them, like one of them, I think by the time all the damages were going to be done, one of them I would have got like $4,500. And the other one, it's going on like right now, is $6,500, right? However, I've opted out, like I deliberately needed to opt out of it because a lot of times what the class action lawsuits do is, sure, you may get money, but when they settle the class action lawsuit, you actually lose rights to actually bring in like your own lawsuit to the table. Because you've like taken the money, so you're automatically saying like, hey, whoever like negotiates it, I'm going to take that settlement. And that may not be a big deal to you, but to me that's a huge deal. It's like, why is this other person helping, like telling what my rights are in court? So like right now this case is going on. Sony's doing their best to try to convince the courts that they're either a luxury item, they're not a luxury item, or A, they are a luxury item, not a consumer good like the Apple phone. B, that they sell their consoles at a loss. Therefore, it's like they should be able to charge whatever on the back end of it is. So like even though Amazon may say, hey, we'll only charge 20%, PlayStation's like, yeah, but Amazon doesn't own the PlayStation storefront. They didn't put anything into the bucket. So that's that. And Sony's also going to try to argue that the actual number of plaintiffs should be a lot smaller than 12 million people, which if you don't, let's say you only have like 1 million people, well, this $2.6 billion number drops to 260 million potentially. And during a settlement, it may even be less than that, to like 80 million. So this just started. It's going to last probably 9 weeks. I honestly don't know what's going to happen here. I could see everything from a settlement happening to Sony could win, right? Because a lot of this has to deal with, is gaming actually a luxury or not? To the plaintiffs winning, right? That they have a closed ecosystem. To whoever wins, that there's going to be another appeal in this whole process. And regardless of any of that appeal, a lot of this is going to hedge on Apple and how well Apple can do in their case that they lost when in the fall when they actually appeal. So this is one that I fully expect us to be more in the news, especially when we start to get to expert testimony, like the economists who come in and say, "Is this a monopoly versus is this not a monopoly?" Um, I don't know. It could go either way, but it does have some implications because at that point you could argue like Nintendo has a monopoly. Like, at what point do you say someone has a monopoly versus not have a monopoly? I think it's a very interesting case personally. I think it may be a little bit more overreach from a regulatory standpoint, but I thought I would tell you that. All right, let me see what y'all are talking about. Gaming is a luxury, though. I agree, Rebecca. I agree. You and I are on the same boat. The argument is that they control 100% and they decide if they lower the price or not until they make 30% of the devs. True, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I need someone to sue Apple to allow other phones to use iOS, not just Apple phones. Uh, Maybe. The devs can't choose to lower the price of the game. Sony does. No, the devs, okay, what are your shows? Still make their 30%. They have a lot on Sony. Yes, but that's part of using the Sony. That's so it really comes down to at what point, like, if you're having governments determine you're essentially having governments, Louis, determining what is a adequate profit margin, right? That's essentially what you're doing. If you're saying, well, 30% is too much, then what is reasonable? Because then the argument becomes like a luxury good. Is buying a like Coach bag, like, yeah, that thing has like a profit margin of like 90%, but it's a luxury item. So like that's I think what this is going to hit. I think that is a huge difference. Gaming is a luxury. Like, now you can make the argument about a dev, but a dev can reach actually Sony's gonna probably argue that gaming is bigger than just the PlayStation ecosystem. Theoretically, you can play games on PC. You can play games on Xbox. You can play games on mobile. You can play games in the cloud. You can play games on Switch. So, it's really good to say, why are you singling out Sony in that regard? Because if Xbox and PlayStation and Switch also take 30%, like, there's a lot of implication. I don't think it's as black as white as that. Because the lawyers is just throwing a lot of stuff that Sony has been doing. And I get it, but it doesn't matter if you're throwing a lot of stuff that Sony's been doing. It doesn't like you can run a profitable business. Like I said, usually governments don't come into pricing disputes unless it's like a commodity, like it's electricity, if it's water, if it's obviously the phone division, like those are things you need. You don't need gaming. Any class action lawsuit I've been part of, I've had to opt in. The most I've gotten is under, yeah. So the ones I had to opt out, but mine also had to do at work, like employer class actions. I don't see how this is different from Nintendo. I only know what Coach is because of Sims 4 update last month. I don't even know why I use Coach. Probably I could have used like a Birkin, or like a Birkin bag, right? Like that has an astronomical markup. So yeah, I think the difference is that Nintendo would argue is that you can buy potentially digital. I agree, Rob. I don't know because I never bought anything from Nintendo that was not on Nintendo, like on their storefront. But from what I can tell, you could potentially buy like a Nintendo digital game outside of Nintendo. I might be wrong out from that, but that's essentially the argument. Because it's digital. That's the biggest thing. It's the digital purchases. Hey, geek, what's going on? So, like, it's an interesting case that has like a ton of implications. Um, but again, I also think like the reason why I don't fully support the plaintiffs is because, in my opinion, like they took it's almost like they're taking gamers and saying like all y'all are part of me. And if you didn't know, like the plaintiffs here are going to make a massive amount of money if they win. Like they are going to make a massive amount of money, even though they're not actually gamers. They're just saying, like, hey, we're suing on behalf of all of these people. And that's how you get 12 million people. But maybe 12 million, like Sony's going to argue essentially, like, yeah, but 12 million people haven't been using our, like 12 million people have been buying this and are happy. They didn't complain about it. That's one. The second thing Sony's going to also argue is like, this, because it's digital games, anybody who bought a PlayStation Digital shouldn't even be part of this argument. Because what they're really trying to show is the delta between a digital game and a physical game, and saying we shouldn't have to pay for this. So it is like very, very interesting, in my opinion. Again, I don't know what's going to happen. I could see where Sony may lose on the merits. I could see where Sony could actually win based upon, the fact that like gaming is not a utility. It's really going to come down to the expert testimony. I could also see where like Sony loses, but but by losing, they don't like, it opens the way up in appeal that they can actually win. Like there's a lot here. Like I don't think this is going to be a cut and dry case. And again, all of this really has to do with Apple. And I think Apple is making a pretty solid argument why they should not have lost their 30% margin on stuff in the UK. They felt like the judge did not adequately look at the market the right way. So again, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Yeah, I wouldn't want to be there. Fatal Frame Crimson Butterfly Switch 2 Physical is sold out. I don't even know what that is, but that's a lot of adjectives. Fatal Frame Crimson Butterfly Switch 2 Physical. That's what, like 5 adjectives in one word? But yeah, so more to come on this. Can definitely talk more about this if y'all want to talk more about this. But it's something we haven't really talked on the channel as much. And I wouldn't be surprised if this actually leads to higher prices, despite the fact that they're like, oh, we're going to lower this price. Like, right. This is the exact same thing with like PC gaming. Everybody's like, oh, PC gaming is super cheap. And I get what Neos is saying, but PC gaming has actually went up more in cost today relative to where it was 10 years ago versus console gaming. That's what I'll say about that. But y'all can push back if y'all want to. Y'all can push back on that one if y'all want to. But that's what I'm going to hold. I'm going to hold to that. All right. So that's that one. I also wanted to add something else. Earlier today, we were talking about Nintendo and potentially them and this company, Pokemon and the Pikmin thing, and they should sue. I just want to throw it out there that getting sued by Nintendo is kind of like a rite of passage. You know what I mean? Let me see if I can pull. I'm trying to pull my my screen down. I can't pull this one down. Let me see if I can get bigger. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. I couldn't get my screen up. But here's something I thought was pretty cool. Nintendo is suing the Trump administration, so that's the president of the United States, over illegal tariffs that delayed Switch 2 pre-orders. So this is pretty cool. So if y'all thought like Nintendo just like sues everyone, you're right. Like Nintendo is saying we don't care. We're coming for our money, right? And what this has to do, we talked about it before. We talked about tariffs and everything. And what Nintendo's essentially claiming this is that essentially, if I can bring this back up, what Nintendo's essentially saying here is that the administration had, like the Supreme Court, throughout the administration's use of tariffs. Those tariffs directly hurt Nintendo. And Nintendo is now saying, we want our money back because you made us pay a fee, essentially, that is illegal. Don't get me wrong, there's a bunch of companies, as you can see, over 1,000 companies are actually suing the administration to get money back. Don't worry, the administration has said they're using a different rule to actually keep some of the tariffs in place. So this one I feel like is going to be caught up in the courts for quite some time. I just thought it was unique because, like I said, Nintendo kind of everybody's always like Nintendo only sues people, and I'm like, yeah, well, that's what they do. And I ultimately think Nintendo will get their money. I do believe that. Uh, it's just going to take a long time. It's just gonna take a long time. It made everything expensive here in Australia too. I'm sorry. Say like, I'm sorry. Um, definitely is it definitely is not the best thing. So we can definitely pick up on that. I know I've been talking a long time. I need to get something to drink. And with that, I'm gonna leave y'all for about a minute to show you the game that I'm super excited about. For no other reason that it's in a genre that I haven't really played in a long time. But I think this game actually is gonna be one of the top selling games this year, okay? Like, I think this game is low key. It's gonna definitely win a game of the year not the game of the year, but it's gonna win an award at the Game Awards. And yeah, I think it's gonna hit with a bang. All right. With that, let me know what you think. So that is Avatar Legends, the fighting game. Yes, it's a fighting game. So I don't think I've really talked about a fighting game in a long time. I wish Opie Rose was here right now. But I haven't really talked about a fighting game in a long, long time. And the reason why is because I'm not like the best fighting game type of person. But what I like about this is so they had an interview with the developers of this game over the last week, and the developers, like, what they really did is they went through and they really focused on, like, all the art styles of the fighting within the game to really implement it here. And you start off with a few of the main characters from the game, and as you go through, you get to unlock more characters like most fighting games. But I think it has the ability because Avatar is one of the I know it came out like over 20 years ago, I believe. But Avatar, I think, is one of those things that has a huge loyal following. And I could see this game really picking up in a way that we haven't seen a fighting game pick up recently. Don't get me wrong, like I believe Street Fighter 6 has their, people there, Mortal Kombat, we'll see what happens with the IP with the Warner Brothers sale, which we're going to talk about here in a second as well. And then obviously Tekken, right? Tekken, those are all big, but those have like very like loyal fan bases. But I think this game has the ability to bring in fans. And I'm really excited just because growing up, I wouldn't even say growing up, I was already an adult at this time. Anytime we saw like the big time fighting game people, there it's mostly men, but we now see that women are actually starting to get into fighting games, and I feel like this is like one of those games that really is kind of just because it is Avatar, it is like from an IP that not to say anything bad about Street Fighter. I know Cammy, who sometimes comes by, she loves Street Fighter. But I think Avatar invites itself to be probably a little bit more inclusive of a lot of other people. And so, yeah, I actually believe it's gonna do really, really well. Let me see what y'all got to say though. Maybe I'm wrong. Been playing the Avatar game, Maximilian. I wish I was into fighting games that art looks good, but I'm not playing it, even if I can play as Toph. You can play as Toph. Actually, Toph has like a super cool ability. Rebolica loves Avatar, really. Katara is my favorite. So they were showing some of the people playing, and Toph has the ability because, and I just saw this because, like, let me just say it up front. I've stopped watching Avatar in the middle of the third season, so this game is actually gonna probably make me go back and rewatch it. But Toph has the ability to, like when you're in a fighting game, if you get in the corner, you're kind of stuck, and then the other person can just like unload a combo on you. Well, Toph has the ability to like make a dirt wall to basically essentially make like brings the corner to you in a way. So there's like super like there's all these different things. The art style is very much like the actual cartoon, the show, and they spent a ton of time like really balancing the characters. I think it's going to be really well done. Um, so Katara, yeah, I see that. Oh, we got another gifted. That one's late. Jacob Rakanowski. No one is here knows who Max is or the dudes. Who are the dudes? I know Maximilian at Jeff Janak. There's a new animated series or movie coming out too. That's what Audi was actually saying this as well, that I believe Netflix is doing another series. So yeah, I don't know. I'm probably gonna pick it up just because I'm interested in it. And unlike Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter, if y'all didn't know, I was gonna like really try to get into Street Fighter. That ended up being like a 2-hour journey that I stopped. But I feel like this game, there's like a lot of people who are gonna be new to it. And I don't know, maybe it doesn't do that well. And it's just like I'm nostalgic. I'm nostalgic for a generation that doesn't even know that they're nostalgic yet. Maybe that's the case, but I just when I watched the cartoon, I thought it was a decent show. But maybe I'm off on that. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. But I saw that. I thought it was pretty cool. So we'll see. The guy who plays the live action hero keeps getting suggested as a Facebook friend because we have a lot of mutual friends. That's crazy. You should become friends with them. But maybe not because maybe you don't know. I couldn't get into Avatar, but I did enjoy the Legend of Korra series first 2 seasons. Yeah, I think Avatar took me a little while to get into as like, he's traveling and I don't know. What it took me to get into is there was a certain character that I resonated with. Like anytime you have like a female warrior character, like usually that's what it takes. And so the show has that. And so like yeah, once that happened, it's like I was always looking forward to like, is she gonna like make an appearance? And she does, I think, in every season. So I thought that was kind of cool. But yeah, so that is the Avatar game. And I was super excited. I was like, what? This looks like it could be good. You know what I mean? But we're gonna have to see more. All right, I'm gonna show another trailer. Another trailer. We'll see it. We'll see if it's here. We're getting a launch trailer right now. Some of y'all already know what this one is, but it's launching soon. All right, here we go.
It's time. To take back what was stolen.
So, you're finally here. You were expecting me?
Well, you Greymanes are a hard lot to kill, clawing your way back from death's door over and over. How'd you do it?
Let's find out, shall we?
Crimson Desert launches next week. This is what some people have been saying is going to be a game of the year contender. I think the expectations of this are pretty high. So I don't know. Maybe it slips in there. It was in my top 20. I know a lot of people that have this like at the top of their list, their most anticipated game. I'm not sure I'm going to put it that high for me. But yeah, let me know if y'all are interested in that one. It does launch next week. So uh, I think that's going to probably be like one of March's like most popular games. We shall see. Pre-ordered. Zay, like I knew you were gonna pre-order it. Did I miss you talk about your New York Attorney General suing Valve? Not yet, Jeff. I have not got there. I have not got there. I have not got there. But thank you for that. What kind of game is it? I believe it's like an action adventure hack and slash type of situation. I believe it's that one. So we'll have to see it. So we'll see. But since Jeff is so impatient, we will bring up this one. Is that the one you're talking about? New York lawsuit over loot boxes, says they're like magic cards. So basically, New York is trying to attempt to sue Valve. So Valve is pushing back. And Valve is actually getting sued by a lot of people, by the way. And we talked about this, I believe, about 8 months ago, that I thought Valve was actually probably more of a target for lawsuits than any other game company, in my opinion. Um, we'll see what has to happen here. I wouldn't be surprised if this lawsuit gets settled before court. It seems like both of them are settling down, but I don't foresee Valve taking this all the way. So if y'all didn't know, about 99, it's a super high number. Don't let me say 99. I'm going to say 90, but I want to say it's 99. But a little over 90% of lawsuits actually get settled before final decision. This one feels like that. I feel like New York has enough leverage here to make Valve's life a little bit harder. And because Valve is facing so many different lawsuits all over the globe, yeah, I just feel like this one's going to get settled. I don't think Valve has a lot to stand on here. But who knows? Maybe they do. Maybe they do. I do want to talk about New York, but about something else though. Go New York, go New York, go. Really? You like them? Puzzles is why I didn't get the game. Lots of puzzles too. Oh, for that one, for Crimson, whatever. Oh, wow. The state of Washington is trying to sue Valve as well. Yeah, the UK is suing Valve. The EU is suing Valve. Lots of people are suing Valve. And that's the thing. Like, once you get so big and you notice this happening, is that people are going to come after you. We talked about it. I want to say way back in July or August, we talked about Valve, in my opinion, and how I thought, just from not with this loot box situation, but what this is a court when this many regulators target a company, it's almost like each of them is taking a different piece of the pie to change behavior. And I believe they're trying to do that because Valve has amassed like almost a near monopoly on PC. And yeah, we're gonna see. I totally expect Valve to settle some of these. It's just too much liability on their front. And when they settle, obviously what happens is most likely they're gonna pay some type of fee, and they're gonna promise to change some feature, right? Sony versus the situation. I think Sony could also sue. We talked about that case about 10 minutes ago. I could see that happening as well for Sony. Instead of taking a massive loss, that they settle beforehand. But then again, I think so much of their case really lies on Apple and what Apple does. So they may end up fighting it for quite some time. over age verification ultimate. They're trying to break them for a lot of things. But just because you lose a case, let me say this, just because you lose a case doesn't necessarily mean you win a case. And what I want to bring up right here is, let me see if I can find it. I mean, there's so many things. Just because you lose a case doesn't mean, or just because you win a case doesn't mean you actually won. And just because you lose doesn't mean you actually lose. And I'm going to give you a perfect example of this. This was one of the biggest trials over the last 3 years. And I'm just going to say it like this. The people who supposedly won aren't too happy about it. That is Google settling with Epic Games to lower its App Store commission. So the same thing we were somewhat talking about with the Sony PlayStation lawsuit. This was big, right? This was the lawsuit that about 15 months ago, Epic has been suing Google over the last 5 years, 6 years, a long time, right? And this was the case where Epic actually lost against Apple and won against Google. Even though Apple had the closed store, even Tim Sweeney was kind of like, oh, I think Apple was the bigger offender. Epic actually won against Google. And Google had to make all these promises to open up their store. However, the way Google's done this is like, yeah, they've lowered their fees on some things, but now they've added new fees on other things. And by settling this case, and as you can see right here, by doing essentially this, when you see the settle, what did I just tell y'all about class action lawsuits? When you have a class action lawsuit and you settle, the claimant, the one who brought the lawsuit, gets to determine the terms of what the settlement is. Now, by Epic settling it, they've been able to settle it in a way that, yes, they lowered their costs a little bit, but it's also made it really hard for anybody else in the future to bring a lawsuit if they don't feel like the settlement actually addresses the harms that Google's caused. And so if you actually read this case right now, in certain instances, Google hasn't really lost anything, right? They took a little bit of an L. But a lot of people are saying for Google to have lost something so pivotal as their app store, but they didn't even really miss a beat. And you have a lot of app developers right now saying like, okay, if this is the new, if why did we go to war over this? It kind of begs the question, like, what is winning and what is losing? You all can go look at it yourself, like what's going on there. But if you just put in Apple or Epic Google settlement, you're going to see like a lot of developers are like not necessarily happy about this. But that's actually what a settlement does. Like settlements make it to where like neither side really gets fully what they want. So that's why I say like these things aren't necessarily like regulators usually like to just change some of the behavior. They don't want to hurt the company too much. The company who's like made the offensive thing, they understand that maybe they took advantage. And the claimant, they usually aren't going to win totally from anything just because that's just how the law is. So for everybody who's talking about the Sony situation or the Apple situation or the Valve situation, just because a company loses doesn't mean they actually lose. And just because a regulator gets a win doesn't mean they actually got a win. Just because Xbox won doesn't mean Xbox players necessarily won. Like I always think like once it gets to winning and losing, the stuff changes. Valve would not have a monopoly. Oh my goodness. Let me see what you said there. Valve would not have a monopoly in the PC store if Epic did not have crappy launcher and no one wants to use it. Potentially, I agree. I'm not gonna say, "Hey, when is Nintendo getting those Stadia servers purple?" I don't know. I haven't have you tried it? Not too much. I'm in about an hour of the story mode. Nice, 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 nice. Apple threw a ton of money with shark attorneys. You'll think Google knows they got more money than God and can throw money at things like this or not. I mean, they both have about the same amount of money, right? But Google already wait, y'all think Google knows that they got um yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But I'll be on Resident Evil 9. Nice, nice, nice. Have you beaten it? Nice. Class action makes lawyers rich and gets me a $20 check. This is true, Granite. This is true. This is true. That's why some people are not happy with the Sony PlayStation lawsuit because the gamers are the ones who actually bought it, but this group of lawyers is the one that has brought the lawsuit. And the group of lawyers is using the entire body of 12 million PlayStation gamers to claim that they should win a lawsuit of $2 billion. It's a very shady thing. Like, that's why I'm not totally in favor of the claimants because I feel like what they're doing is pretty scummy as well. Like, I feel like if gamers truly wanted a class action lawsuit, they should opt into the club. They should opt in. They should form their own group and then go sue whoever. I'm not a fan of someone else saying like, let me bring the lawsuit and I get to leverage this entire population. I just don't feel like that's I don't like that. I'm still in the hospital. Oh no, Neos. Hopefully you get better, Neos. I did not know you were in the hospital. I hope when Purple's basement is fixed, we get to see her play Little Nightmares 3 VR. I was gonna have that here, Jeff, but you're ruining all my show. Jeff, stop. You keep throwing out all my like shows, man. Like, stop doing that. I'm trying to get there. Oh my goodness. You can get some McD's for dinner for that. Oh, I know, Ross. Pearl, something tells me you know when Nintendo's getting those Stadia server. I don't even know. I don't know. So with that, let me do another trailer. So that is At Fate's End from the creators of Sphere Fair. Sphere Fair was one of my favorite games. Super pretty. I thought like had some of the best music, best colors. Super like touching story. I've actually connected with two random people at my old job who played the Sphere Fair, and just being able to talk to them about it. I think I lost my dad a few years after the game came out, and it definitely made me think about him. So that is Spirit Fair. Or no, that's at Fates In from the creators of Spirit Fair. Obviously, the game is not the same. Like, I'm not quite sure if it's a fighting game yet or if it's like a yeah, I don't know what type of game it is right now. But it definitely the music is very Spirit Fair-esque, the art style, that watercolor art style, very Spirit Fair-esque. And I'm excited for it to come out, for this one to come out. So we shall see how it does. Um, I'm pretty good. I got Pokopia Fever. Oh, are you playing Pokopia? Nice, Granite. Nice, nice, nice. Nice, 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 nice. We have a couple more. I'm gonna do a couple more trailers, and then I think I did most of my big stories. But since Jeff wanted to ruin it for y'all, here we go. Thank you, Jeff. So that is Little Nightmares VR. Why can I never find the let me see if I can do this like this. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. There we go. So that was Little Nightmares of VR 2 or Little Nightmares. It is on all the VR different things. So the Meta Quest, PC VR, and PlayStation VR 2. As y'all know, PlayStation VR 2 is like the most less like I do not use that much, but I have it. I'm not a huge VR. I try to get into VR, but it's really hard for me to get into VR. I will probably pick this game up. And I mean the art style is cool. It's interesting to go through that world. And so I'm interested like what it would be like. Something I would definitely probably want Ninja Guy X to play. Just because I feel like VR it's cool for like 30 minutes. I love Little Nightmares. It's kind of split. I love Little Nightmares. I don't love VR. So I'm curious to know how that one's gonna play. And then later this summer, we're actually getting a Little Nightmares DLC. So I really like how the rollout of Little Nightmares has went with Little Nightmares 3. The book, the new podcast, the comics, now you have VR. I really think they've been doing a ton of stuff with Little Nightmares, but we'll see. We'll see if it builds on it. That one looks a little bit more creepy than Little Nightmares 3 that came out. So who knows? Obviously, we saw the little music box that's from Little Nightmares 2. So yeah, a lot of things that you can like kind of throw in there and mesh up. Sharing is caring. Granted, should just get Rabalica her own Switch too. That's what I said. Uncomfortable. That's what I said. Say like I also agree, but someone's telling me like purple, it's not, and I'm like, no, you when you have this much hair, there's a lot of hair. Like anything that's like pushing like up like here, that's uncomfortable. To own a console too, it does, and I have it. I have the console. I have the PSVR 2, and I have the PlayStation 5. I have it. Like I have the whole thing. But, it just is like, I don't know. It's not my thing. It's not my thing. Hey, Daytona, I just saw that. Unkalicious Scotty. Oh my goodness, Daytona. You're so so much. So much. So that was Little Nightmares. That was Little Nightmares. And we got like a couple of more. We got a couple of more. Um that will showcase. And then there's a couple of stories we still had, but we're so we went on that whole movie tangent that we missed a lot of our stories. But here's some of the other trailers. All right, let's go. When I see games like that, I think of Lo-Fi Monk. I don't know why, but I do. So Lo-Fi, if you're out there, I did that one for you. And what would be so cool is if we got a Sims 4 on Switch too. Therefore, Robolica could play Sims on Switch too. I know she likes playing it on PC. Little Lightmares. Ooh, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Then you take her PC for Dune. Ooh, y'all could. I was just talking to someone about Robolica and Dune. Um, we have an arrangement. Oh, y'all do? I would imagine y'all have many arrangements. All right, so that was that. And I think I have a couple more. Just a couple of more. Just a couple of more. And then I'll put the Volunteer the Ascension, someone say Metrovania. You know, anytime I see a title called Volunteer the Ascension, I'm like, incorrect. Is there like a volunteer just like the regular volunteer? Because I don't think you should be able to be like, oh, you're volunteer the Ascension without establishing your volunteer first. You know what I mean? Like, you can't say like you're like Zelda, I don't know, Tears of the Kingdom until you like establish like just the first Zelda. Or am I the only one who thinks that? Like, I feel like you should establish your main title first and then give yourself a secondary title. So if there's a volunteer, I apologize. I didn't know you were out there. But if there is no volunteer out there, volunteer the Ascension, you need to go back to just being volunteer. That's my rule. And I'm going to hold it against you, Volunteer, unless you change that. I don't like it. Is that too much to ask? Well, there's Dragon Age Origins. Well, is that the first Dragon Age, Mel? And I feel like what was that's their first game. Official release title was called Dragon Age Origins. So, I mean, that's like Dragon Age the first, Dragon Age the beginning. I would say then, as a consolation prize, I will take Dragon Age the first. I will take that. I will make an exception to the rule if your name is saying, "Hey, we're like Rocky 1." You know what I mean? Like, okay, like that's Rocky 1. Would I have just like Rocky? Sure. But Rocky 1 it is. You know what I mean? I played the Fall Tier Ascension demo. And it was pretty good. Graphics are nice, but I don't know where to go for a while. That's a Metroidvania for you. It's a Metroidvania for you. But I think you should. That's just my thing. Like, you shouldn't be able to call. You shouldn't be able to have a subtitle before you have a main title. All right, last trailer. Last trailer. Usual June. So anytime I see like this trailer and they always show like the little billboard, I think of Alan Wake 2. I feel like if you had a trippy like um Fortnite graphics type of game for Alan Wake, it's Usual June. But that's Usual June. And I saw y'all's comment about Star Wars Episode 4. But I feel like when Star Wars came out, no one was like, "Yo, did you see Star Wars Episode 4?" Like, I don't think anybody called it that until you had then you had like what? The Empire Strikes Back? Like, right? I don't think anybody was saying like, "Oh, that's Star Wars: A New Hope," or whatever Star Wars is called, right? Like, I feel like everybody was like, "Oh, like that's Star Wars, that's Empire Strikes Back, and that's the Return of the Jedi." Like, once they started establishing that, then you have people be like, "Oh yeah, that's like Episode 4 and blah 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 blah." But initially, it was just Star Wars. You know what I mean? Like, I get it said anew, but no one called it that. No one called it that. Fight me. Prove me wrong. Yes, Robolica and I are on the same wavelength on this one. We're on the same wavelength. In Plague Tale Innocence, I feel like, again, that's one of those where everybody's like, "Oh, that's Plague Tale," but it wasn't until Plague Tale Requiem came out that we then started applying Plague Tale Innocence to the title. You know, ever play or seen the game Candleman? It's an older. I haven't seen this one. It was similar to Little Nightmares. It used to be freer in browser, but officially it's 3D and you play as a candle. I have not, but if you drop that in the Discord, I will definitely check it out. That's what puzzles and platforming. It was just Star Wars for a long time. That's what I was like. I'm a Star Wars trivia expert. Yes, I believe I remember this time. You know what I mean? But yeah, I just feel like you have to establish your main game. That's why I was like, is this the first one of Fate's like Fallen Tier, the Ascension? Like if it's not the first one, I totally fine. You can be the Ascension. But you can't just be Fallen Tier, the Ascension. Like I just think that's disrespectful. I think that's offensive and disrespectful. I am I'm offended. I'm offended by that. Blueprints won the best design at GDC Festival of Gaming Awards just now. It should have. It should have. I took my Switch to LA. I didn't play it. I didn't play it at all. I was expecting to play it on the airplane. Instead, oh my goodness, I started watching this movie. It's called Bugonia. Okay, like a Bugonia. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. It kind of has a lot of what I like in movies. A lot of a lot of themes are going on. A lot of themes are going on. This year, I'm making it a point to try to watch all of the nominees for Best Picture for the Academy Awards. The only one I have not watched right now is Hamnet, but so I'm trying to get through that and all of the ones for Best Score. Those are it just so happens that those two lists like overlap quite a bit this year. But it's kind of my thing. So Begonia was on for best score. And I watched it on the plane. And then I took a nap. That's what I did. That's what I did. They start assigning chapters. I agree with you, Simpleton. I agree. No, I watched the original VHS Star Wars trilogy and they were numbered then, long before the prequels. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Star Wars fight. We're all going to talk longer about Star Wars than she can The Sims. I mean, I feel like Star Wars has so much lore. As for The Sims, it's like the lore you build. So I can see that. I need to get ready for bed. Super tired. I'll watch from bed. Good night. All. No worries, Joshua. Take care. I liked it. Hey, Lo-Fi, what's going on? What's going on? I'm so glad you're there. But I'm gonna post the link in chat. There's other stories I had, y'all. Like I had actually a lot of stories, but our horror thing got like talked about. Like I did have Robotica, I did have it. I did have an EA story. We did have it. We did have some stuff. And then we did have, just because we didn't want to get too upset, we did have Microsoft dumps this as an Xbox campaign. This is actually going to be a longer topic. We may hit it later. But I don't know. I don't know. You know, Louis came in talking stuff. We also have more stuff about Warner Brothers Discovery. We have more stuff about Warner Brothers Discovery. If y'all wanted to talk about that, let me tell you, it is an international affair on that side of things. So we may get to that next time. Sims has lore. There are several pre-made families that are included in the game. There we go. The episode number was added in 1980 when Star was re-released. Well, there we go with that one. But yeah, if y'all want to talk more about Warner Brothers Discovery, there's some new updates on that. Definitely can hit that. If you want to talk about Xbox, we could talk about that. I will drop a link. And if no one comes on, I will go into those. If someone comes on, we will talk to them. I think that's a fair trade. Oh no, you want to know what? I don't think I can do it for some reason. Hold on. Oh, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough. Let's see if I can do it. Good, I always miss him. Hey, Noisy. Why, you don't like him? Noisy, I thought you like Xbox. Don't you like Xbox? There we go. There we go. I kept it. But yeah, he was in earlier. If you go scroll to the top, he was trolling me, as he does. But I can't take him serious because he said he would be here on the show when there was bad news about Xbox, and he didn't come on. Like, he didn't come on. So how can I take him seriously? Rebolica wants to talk Star Wars. She can definitely come on. She can definitely come. If anybody wants to talk, we can talk Star Wars. We can. I will admit I do not know. Like, mostly Martinez. I am not like that with Star Wars. You know what I mean? Like, I know enough Star Wars to know, like, to be considered a nerd. Let me say it like that. I know enough Star Wars to be considered a nerd, but I don't know enough Star Wars to be considered like invested. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like there's levels of Star Wars, and I'm at nerd level Star Wars. I'm not at invested level Star Wars or higher. I'll say it like that. Grant just asked if I wanted to go on and talk about Star Wars. Raw could go on. It was great last time. There's a Star Wars pack for The Sims. Of course there is. Of course there is. Of course there is. Of course there's a Star Wars pack. But yeah. Well, since y'all didn't ask for it, bring on Lo-Fi Monk. Lo-Fi the thing is there. The thing is there. Geek level versus nerd level. Yeah, I'm nerd level. I'm not geek level. Well, I put geek level higher than nerd level. Like, right? Or maybe should that go the other way? Is geek, which one's higher? To me, geek level knows more about Star Wars than nerd level. Like, I think nerd level is like, nerd level. Okay, I think y'all have seen these people at like the retro gaming store. I run into this type of person all the time. All right. You'll go into like a retro gaming store. Now, y'all know like the games I like know. You know what I mean? Like Zelda, kind of know, right? Little Nightmares, kind of know. You know what I mean? My hack and slash, I kind of know. And so, like, it always never amazes me, like, the things that I really know, and then there's, like, a nerd who knows of those things, and then they continue to, like, explain to me about something like Little Nightmares as if they know, and it's like, no. You know of Little Nightmares. You don't know Little Nightmares, right? So, like, I am a Little Nightmares geek, but like a nerd has like general knowledge, but it's like, dude, like, go take a shower. You know what I mean? And so, like, I would say, like, my general knowledge of Star Wars is there, but I would never try to explain Star Wars to a Star Wars person. Did I get that right? Did I get that right? Hey, Jonathan asks, Epic's reasoning. The cost of running Fortnite has gone up and we're raising. Yes, we heard about this. We did not talk. We do have it. We do have this one. I do have the story. We can talk about it if you want. I was going to wait until they actually raised the price to do this one. Pretty sure I have the story. Pretty sure. I mean, we had a lot. I had a lot. I'm like kind of going through it. There we go. This one. The cost of running Fortnite has gone up a lot, and we're raising the prices to help pay the. Did you just copy and paste the exact same thing? Help pay the bills. There we go. We did. There we go. So some people are saying this is going to raise the prices for what is that thing called? Game Pass. Some people are saying that. I mean, it's a thing, But I also feel like Fortnite, I don't know, has Fortnite plateaued? That's not a bad thing. It just means it's no longer growing. Like, in my opinion, Fortnite has plateaued. Like, I feel like it was growing and then it's not. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Here we go. We did bring someone in. We did bring someone in, and I think this is. Oh my goodness! This is actual. This is beyond nerd level. This is beyond. This is long time swimmer.
Oh, I didn't change it. I should have.
Oh my goodness! I think you can still change it. I think you can put in something else. Let me see. But okay, Ravalik, here. You are. We have the Star Wars. So tell us. Okay, so you know Star Wars.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry,
Oh my god! But this is you built this. You built this. By the way, you built it, right? You talked about this before in your.
Yeah. For a long time, actually, I kind of had a small business making Jedi robes. So
that's above geek level. Like, I feel like I think you're like fanatic. Oh yes. Do you want to go off to put it all on?
Oh no, that takes a long time, and it needs repairs. But yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, my green screen keeps disappearing.
Oh my good. Yes, where's the image? Where is it? Is that your icon?
Yeah.
Because I know I've seen the actual picture.
Yeah. So that's Shock Tease. That's the character.
There we go. So you're a Star Wars fanatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, beyond geek, beyond nerd.
So like a Yoda. I have this guy. It's kind of hard to see, I think. Mr. Potato Head.
There's a Star Wars Mr. Potato Head?
Yeah.
I feel like that's going to be worth a ton of money.
What else do I have?
In a few years.
I have some little Lego. It's a bantha. It's dusty.
So this is true. Like, this is true. The fact that she can reach, the fact that she's actually in Star Wars garb is, I think, like, I believe you. If there was ever doubt in my voice, that is a flaw on my part. I totally believed that you were into Star Wars. But yeah, she has Jedi robes are trademarked. Oh, she has sci-fi robes. Okay.
Or fantasy robes or space fantasy robes or yeah. You actually can't sell Jedi robes unless they're licensed. So
so the order has a trademark.
Yeah, you don't want to go against Lucasfilm. They have really good lawyers.
Yeah. Well, so you have it. Is this a sci-fi robe or a Jedi robe?
It's a Jedi robe.
It's a Jedi robe. Okay.
This is mine. This is my favorite one. It is lined, fully lined. You can't tell, but it's fully lined, and it's so heavy, and it's waterproof.
And so why? So tell us about like why you went with this material. Like why? Like is this like a cheap Jedi thing? Okay. I was like, is this a Jedi thing?
It takes 10 meters, like around 11 or 12 yards of fabric to make a fully lined Jedi robe. So yeah, this is cheap fabric.
So all right, but still. I'm kind of cold right now, and I kind of wish I had a sci-fi robe, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I'm in the basement, so you can guess what it's like in the basement.
Yeah, it started snowing. It was really pretty on Sunday and Monday, and today it started snowing. And so, yeah, I am. I kind of wish I had a.
I've worn this in Santa Claus parades where it was snowing very heavily, and I was dry. I was warm. My hands were cold, but the rest of me was warm.
I love it. So what other do you have other sci-fi garb? I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, I have other Star Wars costumes that I've done. The librarian from episode 3. Is it 3 or 2? Jocasta New, the librarian, archivist. She's one where she wears like a yellow top. She's really elderly. And she's like, well, there is no planet named Camino.
I think I have seen it because they erased it, right? They got in there and they erased it from the archives.
Yeah. So she was the archivist, and like, there's no planet of that name. So.
But there really was a planet of that name.
Yep. And I've had a couple of Leia costumes, which, like, super, super long hair. I was able to do Leia's hairstyle myself without a wig.
The 2 honeycomb, like that one?
No, actually, I did the one from Return of the Jedi when she's on Endor. So it's like 2 braids that go over the top of the head, and then there's 2 buns with braids at the back. So
you did that? You did that one by yourself?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I am not good at my hair at all. Like, my hair has the texture to hold a style, but I am not. My arms get tired. I don't have the strength to keep it up there for like an hour. So,
and
more power to you.
And I have the fabric for it. I haven't actually made it yet, but if you've watched Andor, Cassian Andor's adopted mother, Marva, is the next costume I want to make.
But you're gonna post pictures, though, right? Like,
if I ever get done,
pictures. We gotta get pictures of this.
I made a pattern. I wonder if it's over here. I kind of drew out what the pattern is going to look like, but I'm not sure where it is. It's probably, it's probably on the desk behind my green screen. So I don't have it here, but I actually drew out what the pattern was going to look like.
You're so creative. Like, someone told me one time to start doing cosplay on my channel, and I was like, I'm not that creative. I'm not that creative. Like, maybe I am that creative. I'm not that good at making that creative.
Oh, I didn't even get into the anime characters that I have as well.
Say more.
So from Naruto, I have 2 characters. One is Kushina, which is Naruto's mom. And the other one is Tsunade, who... Oh, hold on. Sorry, Shakti was falling. The other one was Tsunade, who is she becomes like the leader of the town, the country, I guess. I don't know. From Inuyasha, I have a Kikyo costume. From another one called... I always call it by the Japanese name. From Nura... What?
Purple wants to see you open that.
Okay, apparently I have to open up...
But hide the address.
Apparently I have to open up a package.
Okay. I do want to see it. I like to... This is like I'm opening up the package. I love it.
So... so from Nurarika no Mago, I have a costume that's Yukiona, a snow woman. Hold on. Let me get the part with the label hidden.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited what this is.
All right.
It's like super real sound effects too. Did you just get one? Wait, what is this? What is this? Did we just see an unboxing? Did we just see a gifted Switch 2?
Look at this.
Wait a second. Did this really just happen? Granny, did y'all really just get her a Switch 2?
Say something.
Is this
yeah, he says yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe
what?
not. Maybe it's a trick. Maybe it's my.
What? This is like a Shades of Purple first. We've never had a Switch 2 unboxing over here.
Now I know why he wanted me to come on here and talk to you.
Oh my goodness. So how do you feel?
I don't know. Now I can
Oh,
play Mario Kart World, not split screen.
y'all. So she's about to dominate Mario because y'all have been doing pretty good when you do
Like the
play
4
split
times
screen,
I've played it.
but you did pretty well considering a split screen. Because I know when I've done a split screen,
It's
I do
hard.
horrible.
It's
Yes.
it's so hard.
Oh my goodness! And she got the Mario Kart World bundle.
No, you're not using my sewing scissors for this.
Oh, no.
No, here
Oh.
I got it.
Okay.
This is like, oh my goodness! Like Granite comes through again with the Switch 2. Last year was the PC. This year's the
Whoop.
Switch 2.
And it's upside down. Okay, here we go.
Oh my goodness! Look at this. It's an unboxing. This is actually a real Switch, y'all. This is a real Switch 2. This is wow. I'm so excited for you.
Wow.
I'm so excited. It's like she's like a kid. She's like a kid. There's actually a 3DS.
Can't tell. I feel like I'm blushing like crazy.
I can tell you're happy. You're happy. Oh my god! And now, like, wasn't there some games you wanted to buy? Like, there's some Switch 2 games you were talking about.
It's the Pokopia.
Because Granite's all into that, right?
Yes.
So
I
Granite's all-
have Animal Crossing, which has an update for the Switch 2. He's hiding behind the green screen.
Yeah, that's fine. I know, Granite. We'll keep his identity a mystery. But no, so we
Hi, Purple.
hi. My claim to fame with Granite is I've played Orcs Must Die with Granite many an hour. That's my claim to fame with and I race with Granite. So how does he typing? I was gonna wait for Mother's Day, but Staples had a Switch sale. What? They had a Switch sale. Chariot Man, did you just hear Rebolica got a Switch 2 on stream? She unboxed a Switch 2. That was like super, like we've never had someone get a console game or any type of console on the stream. Yeah, it's super cool. Things other than printers. Well, obviously they got a Switch 2. You got a Switch 2. Not just any Switch 2. The Mario Kart bundle Switch 2.
Which didn't they stop making those?
I have no idea. But I know Cowboy and I got in an argument last year about this one. So I'm super excited that you got. We have to get the basement up. We have to get the band back together so we can start doing Mario Kart World again. Oh my goodness! So Mario Kart World, So it seems like you're going to be doing a lot of Nintendo and Sims.
Probably. That's what I do right now mostly is the Switch and Sims. Oh, and Disney Dreamlight Valley is coming with an update for the Switch 2 as well, and I play that also on.
I am so happy. We were just talking about this last week. We were just talking about this. Oh, what is it? I can kind of see.
Can't see if I can pick up the camera.
Doesn't see the face.
Ugh.
What?
Cord stuck on something.
What?
Oh, we see it. We see it.
Ah,
oh my God! How are you, Granite? How are you? Oh my God! That's like a double. We got two things. We got a Granite reveal, kind of. And a Granite reveal. We got a Switch 2.
Switch 2.
And the headset.
And a Switch 2. That is like super. Granite, you are like, you're knocking it out the park. Knocking it out the park. You know, because if y'all don't remember, last year, Granite and the family got Rebolica a new PC.
Which I'm using right now. This is what I'm using.
Which she's using right now. Yeah. So yeah, see what y'all get. You gotta like this one is like the Granite Rebolica, like super cool. So I'm excited for Rebolica. So like, because now Rebolica's like, Purple, I gotta go play Switch 2. She's like, I need to go set this up. I need to like get my account over to the Switch 2. I'm actually super excited because you all are you all in Zarina would actually, you play games that would utilize the the family share game share thing. So I'm actually really excited to see like what y'all say about that and some of the games that you would play.
Yeah,
and
I've been
experience that.
looking for it. I can't find it, but I have Clubhouse 50 games.
That's what you
or
were
whatever it's
saying,
called.
yeah.
And I've been looking everywhere and I can't find it. But that's one I had on. Oh, there's another thing over here I'm going to grab. Ugh. Oh, this is dusty too.
Oh my goodness! So this is your This is a 3DS.
DS.
This is a DS. So we were just She actually has the DS. So she's got her whole gaming setup right now. Whole thing.
But that's down here too. But I have Clubhouse games on this one too. I've got a lot. Ooh. My Sims, SimCity DS, Sims 2 Apartment Pets, Sims 2, Clubhouse Games, Super Mario Brothers, Brain Age.
I'm going back upstairs.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just saw for chat, if y'all are looking for a Switch 2, check out Staples. Granted, just throw down the magic there. $100 off a Switch 2 Mario Kart bundle, which I will say, I think that's a deal. That is a deal. I'm just going to tell you, I think Switch 2 plays games beautifully. And you get a Mario Kart. Daytona. You have no more excuses. I'm joking. I know you don't like it. But super, super cool.
I'll show these if I can.
That green screen's doing some. What is it?
know.
Oh, My Sims. Oh my goodness.
Let's see.
And this one is Sims something with pets.
Apartment Pets. Oops.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on. And just the regular Sims 2.
Just the regular. So what I'm hearing is, if Sims
And then
ever came to
SimCity.
Switch 2. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
SimCity
I'd
a
be
lot.
all over it.
So that's what we're hearing is that if Sims, because you would actually,
Here it is.
well, you've had the Switch 2.
Yeah.
So I'm curious
yeah.
what you would think of what do you think of the mouse mechanic?
I haven't tried it yet. I haven't actually played with that yet. It sounds cool.
I'm curious what you would think of the. Now I just realized I need to go pick up the little thing that turns it into a mouse. I gotta do that. I need to go to GameStop. I may do that soon. So yeah, I need to go do that. My Sims Kingdom. Your mirror's on. My mirror's on? How do you turn a mirror on?
You might be talking to me. I don't know.
Oh, I'm like, how do I turn a mirror on? But no, that's right there. So yeah, I'm curious what you would think of that. And I'm just excited because I think there's certain games that you would enjoy now that you have your own Switch 2.
Yeah. Speaking of The Sims, though, did you know that there is a bundle on Steam for 17 expansion packs and all the stuff packs and game packs? I don't think it has the kits, though, for like $300 and something.
Is this a good deal or not a good deal?
It's like $2,000 otherwise.
Oh my goodness. So this is kind of like when we see, what was that other game? The City Builder, City Skylines, when they give like a $300 deal that's like worth $1,000.
Yeah.
So, wow. So Ambi, there you go, Ambi. If you wanted to jump back into The Sims, there's your opportunity. Gosh, that's so much money. The way y'all talk about how much money y'all Sims players, and then I just found out WWE also is like tons of money going through.
Well, most of the Sims games I got for like 60% off, like bundles and stuff like that.
That's amazing. Okay.
Because I didn't play The Sims 4 for like 6 years. And I only had gotten a couple of packs. Like there was a Star Wars pack, A Journey to Batuu, that I got as a birthday present one year. And I had 2 other packs from before. One was like Halloween, and the other one was like Romantic Garden stuff is what it's called. And it's just a lot of flowers and statues and stuff, really. So when I went back to The Sims after 6 years of not playing because The Sims 4 was terrible, it was much improved.
That's good.
I bought like everything in the span of like 2 years, but I got it all on like discounts. Like
That's the way to do it.
every other month they have a sale, so it was like there was always stuff going on sale.
I think that's the way to do it. If you're willing to wait, I know for this one, you like the game wasn't that great, and so you waited and then you got it. But I always like, I think I say it like when there's certain games that I'm like, I want to play this one, but I don't want to play this one that much, and I just wait for it. I think that's
well, because I've always
the way to do
been
it.
since I got into The Sims. I think it was the last 3 expansion packs for The Sims 1. I got them all like the day they released. Sims 2, everything I got release date, or sometimes a couple of days earlier, just because they delivered it to my door then, and they occasionally shipped it early.
You got it.
Yeah, The Sims 3, I didn't get everything. I have all of the expansion packs now, but that one didn't run very well on my computer, so I was missing a bunch of the expansion packs. I think I had half of them. But The Sims 4, when it came out, it was missing basements. It was missing swimming pools, ghosts, toddlers.
Can't have a Sims without ghosts.
Right. But even like The Sims 2 had toddlers. So like they were born like they're babies in a bassinet, and they aged up to a child.
That's as far as they age. They don't actually go
no, then
any
it's
older.
teenager and then adult.
Okay.
But the original Sims, they had newborn child, and then they didn't age up until making magic. You could make a potion to age them up to an adult. But The Sims 1 time never moved forwards. It was the same day every day, like the same thing every day. They didn't have like days of the week or anything like that. So,
which now they have that, right? It goes for you. Yeah.
Yeah. Sims 2 is really game changer there, because they had Sims could age and die of more than just drowning in fire. It's really hard to drown a Sim now. They can climb out without the ladder.
My goodness.
And but yeah, so like The Sims 2 and The Sims 3 were huge advances forwards in the Sims franchise, even though The Sims 3 nobody could actually play it on their computers. But The Sims 4 was a huge step backwards. So
so we're about to take a huge step forward. That's what I'm hearing, or maybe not.
Maybe we don't.
Me,
know.
I know.
There's nothing. People, there's a lot of rumors, and there's nothing concrete, and nobody knows what's going on.
All right. So, in Rebecca said, "How can you, without a pool, how can you drown a Sim?"
Yeah. Well, and in The Sims 4, the Sims can climb out without the pool ladder. So you actually have to build a fence or a wall around the pool. So, and it takes like 3 days for them to die.
Why would you want to kill the Sim though? We didn't really talk about that last time.
I don't kill my Sims on purpose. I mean, I know if they're going to die of old age, because you can tell, but like I try not to kill my Sims. I like my Sims. I get upset when they die. So
there you go. There you go, y'all. She's not trying to kill or torture them. They just die of torture on their own.
So yeah, the most of my Sims die of old age. I've had one die of electrocution because I didn't realize she was standing in a puddle while she was fixing the stove. And then I had another one who died of... Now, I'm not sure if he died of drowning or if he died from the cold. He was trying to do a polar bear swim.
What's a polar bear swim?
He swam during a snowstorm. And he didn't make it back into the house. He died. So, can you make a Sim live forever? You can turn off aging. So yeah, I guess. And there are ways that you can extend the lifespan of a Sim. There's potions they can drink that you can just buy them with points. But like it's like they get like satisfaction points for achieving things in their lifespan. And you can use the satisfaction points to buy what's it called again? It's an elixir. I forget what it is. It's elixir of something or other, and it restarts their age, whatever age they are. So if they're young adult, they start at the beginning of young adult again. So
Robolica, now that I'm super excited for you. I'm still going back to the Switch 2 really quick. Quick question for you. Will you go back to Blueprints?
oh yeah, I want to play that again, but it's been so long. I was like, I tried playing it one day and I'm like, I don't remember half of this stuff.
Yeah, this is exactly. I was about to say that. Like I was like, you play way more days than I did. Like I forget, you were like on day 200 and something.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so I think I only went to like day 70 or something. It was way nowhere close to that. And I went back and I was like, oh crap. Like I can't remember.
Well, I have a whole
Like,
page of notes and like puzzles that I was still trying to figure out, but I couldn't remember where I had found some of that information. So I kept going back and finding the same things again. So
yeah. I remember some of the things that helped me, and then there's a couple of things I'm doing differently this time, but to your point, I
would put my
can't.
basement in a different spot because I
I
put it.
couldn't, but it comes random. It comes random. I couldn't, right? Like, and like open it. It ended up being close to the same spot, but it's so random when it comes up.
Well, I would hope
And
mine would be in
so-
a different spot because it was very inconvenient where it was. So
Yeah, mine was like the first time it was like on the 6th row, and to this time it's like on the 5th row, so that's a little bit better, but it's still
mine was
like,
on the second row, second square in from the left. So you
ooh,
have
that's kind of annoying because
I could
you-
almost always get into it, but it was in a very annoying spot because it made going around it a little difficult.
because one of the sides doesn't have a door.
Yeah.
Well, then I guess you could open that, but yeah, I can see why that's annoying, but I could also see like once you get so far in the game, that helps.
Yeah, I saw somebody playing it on stream once, and their basement went right off of the main, like starting room.
Hallway. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's super lucky. I mean, it's all around it. It's all right. Like I need to go back in it. Because like, yeah, once there's I need to finish the second, like I need to go back. So I'm excited for you. Because that game just came out. Like I think it's still on sale. So
Okay.
it is. So it is like I think $18 or $19, which I think is a phenomenal deal.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm just excited for you for all like because I think you will use it.
Now I have to move my Animal Crossing island again.
Oh my, to that one.
Yeah.
But but the save information will go with it, right?
There's a way to do it. Yeah, it moves everything over, but you have to use a tool that like Nintendo has. It's just a downloaded tool, and it is only used to move your island to another Switch. So I've done that once before when I switched from the Switch Lite to the OLED one. So.
Oh my goodness. So, well, there we go. We have another Switch player. Well, I guess you're always a Switch 2 player, but now we technically get like 2 Switch 2 players with you and Granite at the same time.
Yeah, well, like it'll make it so much easier to play. What's it called again? Mario Kart. Like
well,
even on Sunday, like I was playing with Rester's son, and like they switched to World, and I'm like, okay, I'm done. I have to stop. I don't have the Switch 2.
Oh well, I'm excited because like you're really good at Deluxe. Like I'm horrible at Mario Kart Deluxe. Like I am probably the worst person in the community in Mario Kart Deluxe. I'm pretty confident with that assessment. And so I'm glad that we have another person for World. That's all. I mean, once we start that one back up, but I'm also excited for some of the other games because there's like other not party games, but there's other like games that the community could play if we have more Switch 2 players.
And then there's Switch 1 or 2, but the Tomodachi Life one is coming out soon too, and we're planning on getting that.
Nice. There's a bunch of. I think there's a. So what makes this What makes this new Pokemon game so special? I mean, we had a stat in
Well,
here
this
that they sold
Poco
2.4 million.
Yeah, so haven't tried it yet, but I will. But the way that the way it works is, from what I can understand, is it's like a post-apocalyptic world and the humans are gone and it's just Pokemon. And
There we go. There we go. 2.2 million in the first 4 days. Pokemon.
yeah. And then so I guess you're trying to rebuild different parts of the world, like what they call the Pokemon centers and stuff. And so the building looks a lot like Minecraft. And then you can do gardening and cooking and crafting and stuff like that. And then you like build little biome things to attract different Pokemon. So like I said, I haven't played it. I've watched other people play it. So
And Granite's hooked on it, supposedly.
yes. Yeah.
Granite's really hooked on it. Okay. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how this one plays out. Oh, it's super cool. Like now you get to you have your own Switch too. You get to explore your own stuff. Play what I'm excited for your household. Like I'm so excited. And will you be passing down your current Switch to one of your kids, or do they all have their own Switch now?
So they play with my old Switch Lite.
Okay.
So they mostly would just play Minecraft though. And I mean, the one would rather play Minecraft on the laptop or his iPad than play on the Switch. So.
Well, they now have potentially, if they needed their other on Switch, they could get that. But you got it for a great deal, $100 off on it. I actually think that's $100 off with a game. That's actually a pretty good deal.
Mm-hmm.
And you get Nintendo Switch Online for a year.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If you weren't if you bought a Switch, you get Nintendo Switch Online or something like that. You get to use I don't know. It's something. There's something you get to use something for a year. So don't hold me on that. Okay. But it may be that. But I feel like y'all have a family pass for that anyway. So
yeah, we do. So yeah, I liked playing the old Super Nintendo games on there too. So
that is another thing I've been playing. I need to get the controller for Nintendo 64 because for some reason I had the desire to play GoldenEye, and I was like, whoa, this doesn't work with I need the actual N64 controller.
Yeah.
Well,
the SNES controller isn't all that different from the Switch controllers because it's got the same. Because the SNES was just the A, B, X, Y, the direction pad and left, right. So
to that one's, yeah, I could see that one being obviously N64 has that Joy-Con in the middle, but that doesn't correspond. I mean, I'm sure maybe I could map it, but the Switch controller has 2 Joy-Cons, and it's one controls this. It doesn't work as well. So, I
always found that one really confusing. I only played a couple of games though because I didn't have that system. Granite's family
N64.
Yeah, Granite's family had everything except the SNES, and my family only had the SNES.
Oh my goodness, a match perfect. I think I had NES, and then older N64, and then that was it. I didn't have anything after that until Switch just for Breath of the Wild. For the longest. So that was it.
I still have my SNES. It's in the storage room down here.
Wow.
And I have a dozen games.
That's so good. The only thing I had a few, maybe 10 years ago, they came out with the it's the SNES Mini that you could connect via, I think it was a USB. I don't know. I had that. It worked for a month, and then it stopped working. So I didn't really have.
There's Surplus, I want to say store, but it's more like a marketplace downtown near it's It's not even really downtown. In the city nearby, there's a place and it's a market, and it's only open like 3 or 4 days a week. But there's like 3 or 4 people there that sell all old Nintendo games. So they have the NES games and
Nice.
SNES games. I really want to go over there sometime and buy some SNES games.
Do it. Do
Mostly
it.
what the places have is Madden. Everywhere has Madden games.
Oh my goodness.
It's like so many of them.
Well, Jack of all trades who comes by sometimes, he's like invested like a ridiculous amount of money in just retro gaming. So, I mean, if that's the way, if you still have the systems and you still like enjoy playing that way, but then definitely go for it. I mean, I know Nintendo Switch Online offers some of the games online, but I still think there's something to be said about if you still have the original system. And
it's actually very difficult to play the original system on the newer TVs because the frame rate's different and the aspect ratio is different as well, and so it all looks weird.
Yeah, so what you're saying is you need an older TV.
Yeah, I need an old CRT TV.
Oh my goodness. And you could probably find one.
Actually, Commodore monitors, those work really well for TVs, for gaming and stuff.
Really?
We used to, when I was a kid, we had a Commodore monitor that we used for like when not the like really old ones, but like the later ones that were actually color monitors. That's what we had for TV for games for our Nintendo.
I'm gonna look for this. I'm gonna look for this and see what shirt. N64, the golden age. N64, I mean, that's a hard one. I think it really depends. The golden age of I lean towards NES personally, Cherry Man, but I could see why you would say N64.
Blades of Steel.
Blades of Steel?
That was an NES game that I don't know. Everyone seemed to have it where I live. It's a hockey game.
What?
And you could get into fights, and then it would be like the little plastic boxing people fighting each other.
Blades of Steel. It would be like a Canadian game. Blades of Steel.
I can still hear the intro in my head. Yeah.
I mean, steel. How do you spell steel? 2 E's?
Yeah.
Blades of Steel. I'll look it up. I'm online, so it may take a while for it to come on. But no, hockey's like really big over there, right?
Yeah, we had for the SNES we had the NHLPA 95. And we didn't get any other ones because we already had a hockey game, so why get another one? Different rosters every year, but you only need one.
Makes double dribble. I mean, some of these games are, oh my goodness, Blades of Steel. Who makes this game? I'm just trying to see that. The developer, oh, it's Konami. Oh, look at that, Konami. Jeez, one of the originals right there. One of the originals. Well, there you go. Every 1980s Canadian child has played Blades of Steel. Have they? Oh,
I think so. I think so. Yeah. I mean, I didn't have a Nintendo at the time, and I still played it. Yeah.
So we're talking about hockey. I have a question, Rebecca, because you live in Canada.
Yes.
Kids play hockey a lot. You know hockey.
I'm from a hockey family.
Did you know the United States won against Canada in hockey?
Which year? This year?
Yeah, this year. Like they won the gold medal in hockey.
I was watching it, yes.
Oh, you were aware. I did not even. Did that even matter? Or you're just like, oh, it doesn't really matter.
It was really exciting because I watched the women's game actually. It was the one that I was watching live. And it was like, okay, the women are like, Canada's going to win. And then there's like a minute and a half left of the third period and US scores. I was like, oh. And so then they went into overtime. And I'm trying to watch that. And because my kids come home from school at that point. So it was like, oh. And then it was just, I kept missing parts of it. And then I come back and it's like, they won. What? No. So yeah, a little upset. It was like so exciting. And then it's just like, oh.
a letdown.
Big letdown. Yeah.
I mean, I always feel like, I mean, but they all play for like the same teams, though, right?
For the men's, yeah.
Or the women's, or the women's
Well,
don't
there
have
isn't
like, they don't
really a
have their
whole lot
league.
of professional hockey teams for the women.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Aw,
and
I mean,
yeah,
it was a thing. I mean, I think what made more news was they made it into like a political thing here. And so that made the news more, in my opinion. And I felt kind of bad about that. But I was always wondering, like, do like actual hockey fans pay attention to like hockey Olympics?
Oh,
But I can
yeah.
understand, really.
So, what year was it now? 2000, not 2000. It was later than that. It was when Sidney Crosby was playing for Canada and won the gold against, I think it was the U.S. like 20 years ago, 24 years ago maybe. And I was listening to it in my car. I was supposed to be at a meeting, and I was sitting in the car listening to it because I wanted to hear the end.
Really?
Yeah. When I was so when I first moved here, so it was like 2002, I guess. I was working in a call center, and because we weren't able to listen to it because we were actually, working, one of the supervisors was listening to it though, and he kept writing the score of the hockey games on the whiteboard. So every time Canada scored a goal or the other team, he'd write down what the score was. He'd update it on the whiteboard.
Oh wow!
So
it's like really a thing. That's so interesting. Because and I can understand like the women's hockey, like because if they're not playing, but like my sport is basketball or tennis. Like both of those are like my sports, but I don't follow the Olympics for those. Like if you're asking me like who won the last gold medal in tennis, I'd be like, I have no idea. But I can understand that that's like y'all's sport, and so.
Mm-hmm.
Especially for the women that they didn't get to champ. They didn't win it.
So close. Yeah. I mean, another call center I worked at, they had TVs up every like 3 or 4 rows, and there was a big pillar that had 4 TVs, and they would put the Olympics on there, the hockey games. They'd put the NHL finals up on there, like all muted, but.
I mean, NHL final, that's coming. I mean, the NHL and the NBA, the basketball, they're usually around the same time. So they're about to come to the playoffs in like a month for hockey, NHL hockey. Yeah, I don't know. I've been to several hockey games, and I always have to get the rules explained to me like over and over. Because there's like certain rules that I don't.
Yeah. My brother and my sister both played hockey, and my dad played like pickup hockey on the weekends. So he played goalie, and my sister played forward. My brother played defense. So, and then I got roped into playing with them sometimes.
See, I can't ice skate. I don't even know how to ice skate.
Oh, I wasn't skating with them. That would be on the concrete because I figure skated, so I had different skates, and they're not great for hockey.
Oh my goodness. So like y'all like you play hockey on just a regular concrete?
Oh, we had a large concrete pad for our driveway. So because my dad drives transport trucks, so we had a spot for him to park the truck. So we would put net on the one end, and that's where we would practice.
Wow. We're learning everything today. This is super cool. Like I wouldn't have thought that. So
I'm not fantastic at hockey, but I mean, I'm not terrible.
You're better than me.
I can skate better than most of the hockey players that like around here, because it's interesting. Where I grew up, we had an Olympian figure skater taught figure skating lessons, and she actually taught the hockey players how to skate too. They called it power skating, and every hockey team had to do this like twice a month or something like that. And where I lived, they would win their division finals almost every year because they could outskate all the other teams.
Wow.
Because hockey players can't skate.
So like that's interesting. So you're telling me like hockey, like so hockey is played on skates,
Yes. And there's like
But the
rope,
wait,
which is just usually with an orange ball. It's not a tennis ball. It's like the special rubbery
well,
simulated puck.
but like like the better you like your skating ability matters in hockey.
Yes. But a lot of hockey players don't believe that.
Yeah, because they're like big. Like I always think of hockey players as like football players on ice. Like I feel like the size of the hockey player matters more than
Oh.
like their.
Granite says, tell him who you taught to skate. I didn't teach him how to skate really, but I did skate with him. So there's a speed skater who he never actually made it to the Olympics, but all the Canadian Olympic speed skaters have skated with him. And he is a character. There was like a lot of clips from CBC on Facebook about him actually at the Olympics cheering on the other speed skaters. And he was wearing a obviously fake RCMP uniform that was bedazzled, like shiny red, and but like short shorts with like a Tim Hortons mug that was hanging from his belt.
Sounds like Johnny Ware. Sounds like a Johnny Ware. Why are all these skaters so
But when
colorful?
I knew him, he was like 10 years old, but he was like very much into like choreography, dance choreography. Like he did do skating, but what else? He did, like he just had so many interests. And then when he got to be older and like in college or university, he got into speed skating because they didn't have that where I lived. In rural Ontario, there's not really a lot of places that have speed skating.
I would imagine speed skating is like kind of like the same thing here where you have like speed cycling. Like you probably need a specialized.
Yeah, you need a special track,
Speed
special
track.
equipment that just wasn't available where I lived.
I would imagine it's like super. How fast are they going?
Fast. I don't know. I'd be scared. I would be scared to do that.
Yeah, and then like they slip and they fall off and then they hit the wall. Like no, they're going like pretty fast, and that's hard. Like
I
that's
fractured my wrist figure skating. So can you imagine falling at like that speed?
no.
So
I actually we had an ice skating rink at one of the malls in Houston when I was growing up, and like I just remember falling so many times. And unlike when you fall on like roller skates, which can also hurt, but ice skates have like a blade.
Mhm.
Like that's like an actual like blade.
Yep. You're basically you're on knives
Yeah.
on the ice.
You're essentially on knives and you're in like I mean, I'm not saying like it'll cut. I'm sure it'll cut you if you're. I just
It
remember
will
was
cut
just
you.
always-
If you want to skate well, they have to be extremely sharp, and it will cut you.
This is ridiculous. This is why I don't do it. This is why I don't do it. That's why I don't do it.
So I mean, like my figure skates were like in the 90s, $200 skates. They've got like padding like this thick in the ankles, and they're Don Jackson skates, which is like Don Jackson was a Olympian skater in like the 30s or something like that. Like they were really good skates. But like you'd have two sets of skate guards. One set is to wear them when you're walking around off the ice so that you protect the floor and you protect your blades from the floor. And then you have another pair which are just soft fabric that you would put on when you put your skates in your skate bags so that they would dry out properly and not get rusty.
My goodness.
So
My goodness. There's been hockey accidents which have cut hard. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Have you all heard of this free skating? It looks so fire. It's like skateboarding and roller skating. I have it like what is it like street skating? Like where they're just with ice skates? Or
I think it's like a course. I've seen it, but I don't remember much about it.
I know in New York City there's like skate parks, which is like a thing. Like New York City's like leaning into like skating culture. They're bringing it back, and so I know that. But not from ice. We don't have ice skating rinks. Only like during the winter do they bring out the ice skating rinks. Most of the time it's like skate parks.
Yeah, we have a few rinks here that run all year because I know the town where I lived, they had to build they built a new arena. The other one was, we called them tin can arenas. So it was,
arenas.
so it was like the ice surface, which is a concrete pad. And then it was just like wooden beams with like corrugated metal over top of it. It was like a tin can, but a drunk driver hit it and put a big hole in the wall. So they decided they were going to build a new one. And when they built the new one, they found an underground spring. So they had to build it up off the ground a little bit so they didn't disturb the spring. And so they had to put a different type of refrigeration in it so they could have ice in the summertime, which is unheard of in like in the 90s in rural Ontario. Like, that's expensive.
Yeah, but it tells how serious y'all were. It's like skateboarding, but on each foot, and you skate sideways like a skateboard. Look it up. It's sick. I think I know what you're talking about. I think I've seen this. I think I've seen people actually do it, and they're like doing this the entire time. I think I know exactly what you're talking about. I've seen it. I've never tried it, but I know what you're talking. I've seen it. You see everything in New York City. So, that's so cool. So figure skating, which I think you did talk about in your Shades of Purple episode. But I did not know this thing about hockey, which I guess I should have known, as it seems to be a big national.
Well, my sister, she was a pretty good player. So like in the late 90s, she played. They didn't have very much in the way of girls hockey then. So she played on the boys team, and then they decided they're going to have a girls team, but it was like all ages. So, but it was supposed to end when you turned 16 or something like that. So they let her play for an extra year because there just wasn't any other league, and even though she was playing on the boys team still, and she was top goal scorer and top penalty minutes in the league, not just the team, the league. So, and she was like the biggest girl out there.
This is why we have boys and girls sports separated.
But she played on the boys team. Like, she played on the boys team. Like,
that's why I'm saying she was too aggressive. She was too good.
Well, the girls team was different rules. So there was no, it was non-contact, and the boys team had like checking and stuff like that. So
so she found her spot. Seems like she likes to check. Seems like she likes the contact.
So she played through high school as well. In high school they had girls team eventually. I think when she was in grade 10, they started it. She was one of the reasons why they started it, because they were like, why do you have a boys team and not a girls team? How are we supposed to play hockey?
That's a good question.
So
good question.
I didn't really do sports in high school. I was in band and choir and drama and everything except sports. Reach for the Top, which was kind of like Jeopardy. So
one of my it wasn't Jeopardy. Was it Jeopardy? One of my friends was just on Wheel of Fortune, so not Jeopardy, but Wheel of Fortune this week. Actually, his episode. This week.
When I was in high school, they called it School Reach, but it used to be called Reach for the Top, and it used to be hosted by Alex Trebek.
Oh, wow. Small world. That's where you started off.
It is, yeah.
Wow. What happened to game shows? I feel like they all changed.
And they used to televise the finals, too, for the high school.
That's exciting. That's exciting.
Yeah, I went to... my aunt wasn't part of the team, but her friend was, and so I remember going to small town TV station, middle of the night. Well, it wasn't the middle of the night, it was probably like 6:00, but I mean, it seemed like the middle of the night when I was a kid, in a snowstorm, to watch them film this Reach for the Top.
So that's a big deal, though. Like,
it was.
It's a huge deal.
So yeah.
When you're younger. Oh, it's so cool. That's so cool.
So
like,
yeah, it's just things have changed. Like when I was in high school, they didn't televise it anymore, but I still was in it. Oh, and I remember one year we had one person on our team, and his mother was the librarian, so he was kind of a know-it-all. Like he had this really bad habit of buzzing in before the question was finished being asked.
It's because he probably knew that the questions were.
Well, I don't know, but there was one time, and they started off with what trilogy, and he buzzed in.
Star Wars.
That was the answer. That's not what he said. And it was really annoying because the next 3 questions were only for the team that got it, and they were all related to what the answer was. He said The Godfather, and I'm like, no.
What?
And the person who was judging, he knew that I was a huge Star Wars fanatic, and he just kind of looked at me with just like the "I'm so sorry" look in his eyes.
Oh no!
Because the next 3 questions were all about Star Wars, and the other team didn't know the answers, and I'm like, oh.
Wow, it still sticks with you. It still sticks with you all this time later.
Yeah, that was 97, I think. Yeah.
97, interesting, because like 97, if I'm not mistaken, no, Star Wars Episode 1 didn't come out till 99.
Yep. So we were talking about the upcoming.
That was pretty good. I think that's pretty good. I think I should get some stuff there by remembering that.
Yeah. So we were talking about how Lord of the Rings was being made and how Star Wars was being made, and
Lord of the Rings tickets, right? Well, Star Wars got made. Star Wars came out, if I'm not mistaken, spring of '99 or sometime there. May of '99. So right at the end of that, and then Lord of the Rings was featured the summer, but I don't think it came out till the winter of '99 or early 2000. Something.
It was later because Lord of the Rings, I think they had the movies come out one year after the other. Like they really came out in quick succession. And the year that the Two Towers came out, the second Lord of the Rings movie, was the same year that Star Wars Episode 2 came out, and the same year that the Chamber of Secrets from Harry Potter came out. So it was 2 movies came out that year.
Whoa. Okay. So
and
I was not into Harry Potter.
And all of them had a character that was a CGI character. Yoda, Dobby, the house elf, and the character that Andy Serkis plays, Gollum. They were all CGI characters.
I mean, I would have to get Mel on here because Lord of the Rings, there's like 2 parts of Lord of the Rings that are very confusing to me that I was hoping the movie would answer, but they never answered it. So, like the first one is the first character, like, like as they're leaving the Shire in the books, and then like they get caught up, and there's like this spirit of the forest guy that comes and saves them.
Yep. Tom Bombadil. He's not in the movie.
Yeah, I'm like, I had a hard time conceptualizing that guy.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I don't get it. And then I remember in the books, there's the Ents, but there's like another tree creature that I also had a hard time, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure.
Yeah. So like there was the willow at the beginning with Tom Bombadil
Maybe that's it. I just remember I had a hard time. Like there's 2 like distinct things in the book that, oh my god, and we're just talking about it. I normally don't have this by me, but I do. This is like the only one that they made. This was before the movie came out, and it has the thing. It was like, is now a New Line Cinema. They were making. So I bought this because someone told me to buy it, and at the time they were like an epic motion picture trilogy coming from New Line Cinema, and I was like, what? And so this was like actually before the trailer. This was before the trailer came out. And it's the first time it was in paperback. I just want to put that out there. So it's first print, first time. It's actually worth more. It's actually worth a little bit of money online. I didn't know that at the time I bought it, but yeah. That's my only thing. That's my only Lord of the Rings stuff. That's my only Lord of the Rings stuff.
I have a DVD shelf here, and I was just looking to see if it's over here, but it looks like it's not. It must be on the other one. But I have the box set that they're all like the 16 hours of extra stuff that they have or something like that for the extended editions, and they actually look like books. And,
oh, that's cool.
And I bought them each individually as they came out, and they had this little thing, like a little UPC code or something like that. You could tear it off, and once you had all three, send it with $10 to an address, and they would send you back the box for the box set. And I did that, and I got the box.
Oh my god, so cool.
And so they sold it later as like a set for the price of one of those movies. And I was like a little annoyed because I'd spent like $120 on it.
Yeah.
But
Oh
yeah.
man. That's still super cool. I remember that used to be a thing. Like you would mail stuff in. Like before web pages were a thing, like you would literally have to like mail things in, wait 4 to 8 weeks for it to like come back.
Yeah.
My goodness. Oh, that was like, that is actually an experience that I don't think people can appreciate now. Was
Yeah.
this time before you had websites?
I actually had 2 books. They're like different editions of this free and up to $1.50 items. And it was just addresses that you could send, like a self-addressed stamped envelope or something. Or just even some of them, you send them a postcard with your address on it, and they would mail you stuff.
That's super cool.
But nobody does that anymore.
No one does that. No one does that. Like I said, yeah, it's all like if we go back to a time, and we're going to think about that now, right? Like we were talking about AI earlier, or I was talking about AI earlier, and in a little while, there's going to be like, oh, before there was AI, but like I kind of go back to the time, like before there was like an internet, like this thing where everybody had it and everybody was utilizing it. Like you had phones, like, and that's before cell phones. Like you have phones, and then before internet, it's like you literally mailed things.
Recently.
You had a right, like you would have to write.
A couple of years ago. So you know how cereal boxes sometimes have promotions on them?
Yes, yeah. The proof of purchase.
Yeah. So when Frozen 2 came out, they had one for getting these little acrylic ornaments for like your kid's name on it. So I got one for each of my kids with their name on it. And it was just, you had to send in like three box labels or something like that.
That's so cool. I want to like maybe I'm going to start looking for that type of stuff again, because I think there is something to be said about.
Well, I saw one recently, like a couple of months ago, that it was send away whatever proof of purchase before whatever date of the specific cereal boxes and get a beach towel with Tony the Tiger on it.
That's cool.
Yeah, I only bought 1 box of Cheerios though, or whatever it was, Frosted Flakes.
Frosted Flakes.
Actually, no. What I bought was Fruit Loops, and it was on there.
So you're mentioning cereal. I meant to talk about this like maybe 6 weeks ago, but I just went down the cereal aisle. Certain cereals have changed, like a ton. Like there's certain cereals that are no longer there. There's certain cereals that have just like changed. Like there were cereals that were popular that are no longer popular. I'm thinking of honeycombs. I remember honeycomb used to be really popular.
Honeycomb is one of the few breakfast cereals that I'm not allergic to.
It used to be super popular though. Like honeycombs used to be popular. Like,
yeah. Like we get a huge box of them and we'd eat them all the time. But for me anyways, I'm allergic to brown rice and whole wheat. So I have to be very careful. A lot of the cereals that don't have wheat in them are sweetened with brown rice syrup. So things like Crispix. I don't know if you have that there.
Crispix, is that the same?
It's like rice on one side and corn on the other, but they changed it from malt barley syrup to brown rice syrup for the sweetener.
Crispix.
So Crispix mix is what I would use it to make. So it's kind of like nuts and bolts. Or like Life brand cereal. I'm allergic to. Or what's another one? I don't know. I'm not allergic to regular Cheerios or Honey Nut Cheerios, but I'm allergic to all the other forms of Cheerios.
There's so many flavors of Cheerios, by the way. Honey Nut Cheerios is the best. I will fight people for that one. I'm joking. Like that's it. But I think Honey Nut Cheerios is like so good. It's an underrated food. I honestly believe this. Like I think it's one of the most underrated foods in the world. And then one of the most overrated foods, cereals that got so many commercials on it, and I don't know why people like this, is Apple Jacks. I'm like, why do people like Apple Jacks?
I've never tried.
I don't think you're missing anything personally.
Like there's cinnamon apple cinnamon flavored Cheerios, and they're made with brown rice syrup, so I can't eat them.
So you can't eat them.
It's like multigrain Cheerios. Well, brown rice and whole wheat. I can't eat those. I used to eat Shreddies when I was a kid. I loved Shreddies. I can't eat them.
And then Grant says, Lucky Charms has more charms than I remember. I think they did. I don't think they all have changed. Like there was a time where I think cereal had, like for one, every cereal had a commercial. Mm-hmm. Like I remember that. Like Wheaties had a commercial. Like when was the last time there was a Wheaties commercial? I
don't know. We don't have those here. So
you don't have Wheaties? Oh my goodness.
We have shredded wheat, which I think is similar.
Shredded. Which one?
It's just shredded wheat. It's it's about like a pillow of wheat.
So we have that. We have frosted mini wheat. Well, we have shredded.
Yeah, it's like mini wheat's only a lot bigger. Like but you would have one or two.
Wheaties is like, it's like more just like the cereal. So it's just like, it's not shredded. Wheaties is just like, how do I describe Wheaties? It's just like what you would think of like a cereal, but not a shredded one. But we have that one. I did not like Apple Jacks that much, but my parents did buy it. I think Apple Jacks, and then the other one is the one that pops. Gotta have my pops. Like that one was like a commercial. I don't remember what the cereal is, but it's always the guy who's like, he's like panicking.
Corn Pops?
What is it? It's like Pops. Gotta have my Pops.
I know there's Corn Pops. I don't know. But it's interesting because I see a lot more cereals that we didn't have when I was a kid, at least where I lived. But I see them now all the time in the grocery stores, like Count Chocula or whatever it's called.
Count Chocula. Well, that one's probably there to go after, like, let me see, because there's other chocolate.
But I see a lot of like promotional ones. So like there recently was Wicked ones. You could get pink ones or green ones. There was Barbie ones that were bright pink, bluey ones that were blue. The bluey ones actually looked fairly healthy. They were pretty similar to like Cheerios or something like that. Not too bad.
And it was Kellogg Corn Pops.
Yeah,
or I think that's Corn Pops. I think that's what, but they're always like
icy.
Kellogg's Corn.
Those are really good.
What? I can't, like, I couldn't get into. I was like, what is this supposed to taste like? Mm-hmm. But it's always like this kid, he's like, I gotta have my Pops.
They're really good. They're probably full of sugar.
Really? So there's that one, and then there's the one that's just like the little, it's like a corn thing. It's like because Corn Pops, is that a ball?
Yeah.
What's the one that makes the sound? There's one that
Rice Krispies.
Makes
Snap Crackle
Rice
Pop.
Crisp Snap Crackle Pop. I didn't like that one.
I don't really like it either. I don't like marshmallows, so I didn't really like Rice Krispie Squares either.
See, I like Rice Krispie treats, but I just don't like regular Rice Krispies. Like just the regular cereal. I'm like, what is this supposed to taste like? I love Fruity Pebbles and Crapple and Crunch. Pops is also really yummy. So you like Pops? Miss Daytona likes it. Yes, Wheaties is cornflakes. I believe that. That's what I was trying to say. It looks like that. It does, and I think they taste. And Kellogg Corn Sauce is mediocre in my opinion. I thought they were, but I don't know, like these are like the iconic ones, but to Rabalica's point, like now there's like way newer ones that I have no affinity towards. Um and then there's some that I just don't understand how they survived.
But like,
Like
it's also things like, I don't know, maybe things are different in Canada, but cinnamon toast crunch is made with whole wheat,
really,
so I can't eat
you
those.
can't do that. You can't do that one.
I used to eat them when I was a kid, so I don't know if they changed the recipe or if it's just that my allergy has gotten worse over time. Because I used to eat shreddies, I used to eat cream of wheat when I was a kid.
Cream of wheat. Wow.
Yeah. So, and I can't eat that stuff anymore. I can't even touch it. I can't touch that stuff anymore.
That's so because so much cereal is made out of wheat. There's so much cereal is made out of wheat.
Yeah. There used to be a Kellogg's plant near, like, in the city near here, and it would always smell like burned cornflakes when they were making.
I believe it.
That's like the whole area. Like I live nearby, and I'd walk outside. I'm like, oh, they're making cornflakes.
Yeah, I mean, here it's always the Midwest, like Michigan, Illinois was like the cereal making capital of the world.
Mm-hmm.
So I would believe if you're over there by what's his name? Decoy said, I think that's where you said you grew up, where Decoy lives. Saskatchewan. I don't know how you say it.
Saskatchewan. It's very easy if you look at how it's spelled.
That's all I can just remember it. He says it. Y'all say it very easily, but yeah. Don't confuse lots of commercials with being loved. There's a reason they had to push them. That's true, but why did they keep doing it? Cinnamon Toast Crunch was my favorite childhood cereal. My brother likes Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
It was nice for a snack. Like we would take them like a little Ziploc bag of them. Actually, it wasn't Ziploc. Little baggie of them. Like if we went, like, I don't know, on a class trip or something like that, Mom would get them, and then we would have them as like little snacks.
It does taste good. It's a kind of a heartier one too.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Cinnamon Toast Crunch is a heartier one. The ones
you got to spell it first. Hold on. Can I spell it here? Sorry, my caps lock was on, but
Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a tough one. Saskatchewan. Yeah, y'all say
Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan. Yeah. I don't. Well, Decoy says that. That's where Decoy obviously is from. Like, and he's so proud of it. Yeah, I don't know. If y'all can't tell, like about 6 weeks ago, I went down the cereal aisle and I bought like 6 boxes of cereal because I was like, I either forgot how this one tastes or I never got it when I was younger. But as I was going down the aisle, it was kind of it's not like the chip aisle. Like when I go down the potato chip aisle, like I recognize those chip brands, but there's like, when I go down the cereal aisle, it's very different. Like there's different mascots for some of them. They've like totally created new ones. So it was a very interesting experience for me as I was pretending like I was buying for a kid, but it was for me. That's all I got, right? Like, so yeah. So, and
did
then
you know
I
did you know Fruit Loops are all the same flavor, even though they're different colors?
I did not know that, but I did have a question about what is the difference between Fruit Loops, Fruity Pebbles, and Trix?
I've never had Fruity Pebbles or Trix, so I don't know.
But they're all kind of the same, kind of like sugary turned your milk multiple color thing, I couldn't tell the difference. So I did not know that they were all the same. That makes sense though, that it wouldn't actually taste like a fruit. So you're just telling me it's just sugar in like a shape of a fruit?
It's a ring. Fruit Loops are like
Oh
rings like Cheerios.
Which one am I thinking of that looks like fruit?
I don't know.
Yeah, okay, so Fruit Loops. I'm like looking these up right now. Fruity Pebbles. And then there's the Tricks? What should not even be Tricks?
I think it is.
Is it Tricks? Yes, Tricks.
Silly Rabbit Tricks are for kids.
Silly Rabbit Tricks are for yes, there we go.
The one that I saw commercials for all the time, but had never actually seen a box of them until recently.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I'm always curious. Like I said, I'm curious what makes all those different. Like, why would someone Fruity Pebbles? I mean, they look different now. I just look up Fruity Pebbles. It looks like Cocoa Pebbles, but with multiple colors. Do y'all remember the cereal straws? Cereal straws? What are you talking about? Cereal straws?
I don't know. I know you could get like flavored straws for milk, and they'd be like vanilla or chocolate or strawberry flavored. Like
oh
things
wow!
inside them. You just...
There literally is a cereal straw. What is this? What is
that? Must
this?
be a newer thing.
Yeah, this seems like. What is this? Well, how would you use it? Like so instead of like, this is after you've ate all the cereal and there's milk left?
Maybe.
I don't know. This seems like so, how would you use this one, Daytona? It's like each cereal brand had their own cereal straw. This is crazy. I think that's newer. Just to Rebecca's why I don't remember that.
I don't know.
I mean, I remember things, but I don't remember that. Like I said, there's used to be so many cereal commercials. I don't think I've seen a cereal commercial in years.
2009. I'd stopped eating cereal about like 10 years earlier.
2009. Oh my goodness. What was I doing in 2009? Yeah, no, I don't remember. I was deployed. Daytona's like, y'all are old. Like, I'm talking about like cereal commercials from like 1989, like 1991, 92. Honestly, I would just snack on them dry. So it does look like it's something you would just snack on. That's why I was like, what is it? Seems like another form of candy.
So when you're talking about the Wheaties, that reminds me of, there was a TV show and it was like half animated, half live action. And it had Wayne Gretzky, Michael Jordan, and Bo Jackson. They're all sports stars, right? But they were like using their sports skills to, I don't know, solve problems like like superheroes.
What?
Yeah.
So this definitely sounds like, because all three of those people would be on Wheaties boxes.
Yeah.
So it seems like there may have
that
been...
was part of one of the episodes, was getting their face on the box or something like that. All
three of those would have definitely been like Wheaties, because like Wheaties was like, you got to eat your Wheaties, and it was always like a sport, like sports or Mr. T, or it was always like seen as like that would make you stronger or faster. But there was a TV with all of those people were on the same cartoon.
Yeah, they worked together. Let's see if I can figure out what it was called.
I feel like nowadays, if you had 3 athletes who are all considered amazing talent on the same TV show, that show would cost like astronomical amount of money.
Yeah, I imagine it was Pro Stars.
Pro Stars, yeah. Like nowadays, if you were to get like Steph Curry...
They only had 13 episodes.
Probably because it was so expensive to have or were they not like making that type of money back then? Was it really the right? Let me see.
It was 1991, it says.
But was it the actual characters? It
Yeah,
was the
it
actual
was.
characters.
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. Like nowadays, this would cost so much. No. But it was their likeness. So it
So
wasn't their
I think
actual
it had different
voices.
voices for the animated part, but they actually did live action parts too with the actual actors, the
With
actual
the actual athletes.
people. Because everyone in Canada knows not Michael Jordan. Everyone in Canada knows Wayne Gretzky. Everyone in Canada dislikes him right now. But
I'm like reading this. I'm reading what this movie is. And it's like, okay, so you have Wayne Gretzky, Bo Jackson, Michael Jordan. Then you have the mom, who's a quasi Yiddish and Jewish mother stereotype. So I think that's kind of crazy. Then you have like the neighbor, who's a hapless African American man who wears glasses. I'm like, this is like the most inclusive, like cartoon that I've seen. What? What is going? This is what I tell people. People are like, oh, that like if that cartoon came out right now, it would be automatically by the right would be like, shut this cartoon down. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This is so crazy.
90s television was like unreal. Like you could never do that stuff again now.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like right now, this thing would have like so many like.
That was on around the same time as Hammerman with MC Hammer.
I do remember. I do remember that one. So this is early 90s. This is literally like 90, 91 time frame. Hammerman. Oh my goodness. MC Hammer.
With the talking shoes.
I do remember this. Oh my gosh. This is so old. But 1990s kids TV was intentionally inclusive. But I think all of the 1990s, like if you think looking back, okay, like so maybe in Canada it was different. But if I go back to like the 80s, early 90s, like when I was in school, right? Back then I didn't think of it as like just around the corner, but schools were segregated. Like not that long ago from when I went to school at least in the United States. And so it's kind of like interesting.
Canada had residential schools, which is kind of unfortunate. But anyways, besides that, our schools were not segregated other than Indigenous people. Although there were like where I lived, there was a family of Indigenous kids that went to our school. But yeah, no, like it's just that where I lived was very white.
Well, you were in the rural part of Canada,
where most of the settlers were German, Irish, Scottish. Yeah.
Wow.
And Dutch.
Yeah.
But the Dutch ones were a lot more recent. Like the parents didn't speak English.
Wow. So that's really recent.
Yeah. I had actually a lot of Amish and Mennonite neighbors too.
Interesting.
They went to their own schools by like their choice.
Right. Well, I would imagine the Amish would. I mean, we have where I live. There's a lot of like ethnic, like very like traditional ethnic religious people, and they go to their own school. Mm-hmm. A few hours away, we have Amish, but like just down the street, we have other very ethnic centric schooling. But it's interesting. I don't know. I look back at it and I think like, oh, like my childhood, which is, whatever, 35, 45 years, like that time frame. To me, it doesn't like if I go that far back from my childhood, like school's just way different. And then as we're talking about like the cartoons and the TV shows and stuff,
The
it's
TV shows we
interesting.
watched were all Family Matters, Cosby Show.
That's a good.
What was it? Aisha, like starring Brandy.
Moesha.
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 Yeah. I can't remember what it was. I know it's Brandy.
So then so
that was the TV that we saw. So
so y'all got like really inclusive. Then y'all really got like
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Like
so you really got to see like, oh wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, so my view of what it's like in the US when I was a kid was very skewed, and it was like, is this place even real?
No, no, it's not. I mean, yeah, if you're seeing like, it's interesting because I think 2 of those shows actually shared the same set, like where you come in. But yeah, like for one, Family Matters, a Chicago Cop probably does not have that big of a house with that many kids like that. Bill Cosby, Black Doctor, I think that's pretty aspirational.
Fresh and then there's a spin-off of that one too. What was it called again?
Which one? Bill Cosby? A Different World. Oh my god, y'all got A Different World?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So y'all got to like get a like HBCU historically black college experience in Canada?
Yeah. Like these were the shows we got from the US.
Those are good shows though. Like to be very frank, like those are actually pretty solid shows. Like I'm not gonna lie, like that's but I think that's interesting.
They had 4 channels, so there wasn't a whole lot to choose from.
So. Yeah, but still, like to be that I didn't notice it back then, but later on when I was talking Family Matters to someone else, they were like, yeah, their family wouldn't let them watch it. And I was like, what? And so then that's when I start to realize that there are like, I guess some people thought it was 2. I don't know what it was, but they were very embarrassed when they were like, yeah, my family wouldn't let me watch it. And so in the United States, you did have like your more diverse sitcoms and your less diverse sitcoms. And then I think Granite put it in here that, like, I think our generation, that Generation X, millennial, like that timeline is very, we saw it as together. Like it wasn't odd to see like a black character and a white character in the same show, which now some people see that they like freak out, which I still don't quite get. Let's see, gay marriage wasn't legalized in Canada until my young adult. Yeah, which is wild. It was so late. Well, in the United States, marriage equality didn't pass until at the national level, didn't pass until 2015. But the states could, depending on your state. So it's really weird to me to think how if you're in your 40s, 50s, late 30s, like when we grew up to right now, like how much has changed that I don't think we question, but it has. And I don't know if we have a full appreciation for that. And I don't know. It's interesting. So your last comment, Granite, resonates with me.
Because it's funny because my aunts, I don't think ever did get married, but yeah. But for me growing up, besides having two aunts that were a couple, one of my aunts on the other side of my family, all of her friends were gay men. So like she was young compared to, like, she's only 14 years older than me. So when she was in like high school, I remember that. Like I was 5 when she finished high school, or 6 when she finished high school. So, and when she went to university, yeah. So I'm old enough to know her friends, who they were. They're all named Mike for some reason too. So it's so it was, I said, like, it was just kind of weird. I said to mom, like, why is my aunt living with like 6 men? And mom's like, they're gay.
That's what.
They're not gonna do anything with her. So I'm like, "Oh, okay.
It's probably no. They'll probably like super. But I mean, those are like queer family in Daytona says, "I'm gay," as he types it. I think that's such a unique thing. Like growing up, Daytona. For me, like there were gay characters on. If someone saying what you just said would have been like it would have been odd. I think, like someone publicly saying that on TV. There wasn't. I remember like what was it? Will and Grace. Which one was the one with Ellen DeGeneres? Like I remember when Ellen came out as gay.
That was a hilarious episode.
That was like a huge deal. Like Ellen DeGeneres, and now it's like it's just different.
Yeah.
Or like there was a sitcom. This one had already finished by the time I was actually watching sitcoms. It was like Three's Company or something like that. And
Three's
it was
Company is an
about
old one.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, but he pretended the guy character pretended to be gay to so he could be in an apartment with two
Okay.
women. That was the whole. That's why. But it wasn't like it was a gay character. But in front of the landlord, he would act gay,
Okay.
and that was like the closest we would get to like. That's like That's like way back. Like that's like a
Yeah.
45 like something year old TV show. But that's when I think of like gay characters. Like you either had that, or you had like the overly dramatic like Shanae from In Living Color, which is a straight guy acting as a gay character. But it wasn't until like that Ellen DeGeneres show that you actually had a gay character.
I love the end of that episode though. It's like, oh, here's your free toaster.
Oh, really? I haven't seen. I just remember when it happened. It was like breaking, you know.
Yeah, I think Katie Lang was on that episode too. Yeah, but for me, it was just like people making a big deal about people being gay. It's like, so I know people who are, and they're just normal
Just
people.
fine. They're just fine. Like, yeah. But it was a big deal. Like I mean, like, wow. I just go back to like that time. Like you're coming off of like looking back. I wouldn't notice it. I didn't notice it then, but looking back at it now, there's so much change that was happening because we were coming out like the AIDS epidemic.
Mm-hmm.
And that was seen as like the gay disease at one time. And then I think that's kind of morphed now. But definitely late 80s, early 90s, it was like gay people got AIDS. So that was a very interesting time.
That's because patient 0 or whatever in the United States
was supposedly was gay. But they're finding out that he may have not been actually agent or patient 0.
Yeah.
So there was a lot pushed that. Yeah, there was a ton of stuff. Like the 80s was like a weird, oh my goodness. The more I think about it, the more I'm just like, wow, there was like so much going on.
Yeah.
There's so much going on that I feel like in a weird way. It's like as if we took the 1980s and all the fears and stereotyping that we did then, and then all of the social progress we've made over like 30 years about that, but you'd still take like a 1980s mindset to today and how they're trying to take everything back to like the 1980s. That's what I feel like what's happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a really weird situation, but it's like the morality of the 80s is being put on the 2020s right now.
Yeah.
I feel it's still a big deal, even with young people. In high school, there was a very few publicly gay students, and they were treated like trash. And I would see that and be afraid to tell anyone. It was called Grid at First. It was called Grid at First too. Which one? I graduated high school in 2020. Really? Really, Daytona?
Hmm.
So I would have thought, because now there's celebrity, there's like celebrities, there's like laws, there's like all sorts of things. So it's interesting you would say that for 2022.
Yeah, like obviously I'm older, but I have a lot of friends who are like 10 to 15 years younger than I am. And so when I met them, they were actually still in high school and openly gay. So maybe it's just a different in
Yeah, it could have
Canada.
been where Daytona, where are you from? The state. Give me state. Give me state. Maybe it was just my area, but I don't live in like a rural place either. Just give me state. I don't need to know town. I do want to keep your privacy, but if you give me the state, that might say something. But it is a very interesting dynamic, just because like we were talking about the Cosby Show, right? We were talking about the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. We were talking about Family Matters. And now I'm trying to think of like the equivalent TV shows. And the only one I can really think of, like a sitcom that features like a black family, that's a very like black protagonist central family, is Blackish,
Okay.
which is like on ABC.
Yeah, I'm not really following a lot of the shows right now. Like we watch Star Trek.
Yeah, I guess. I love how that one came up to your mind.
I mean, like we don't really watch a lot. We kind of watched Fallout, watch Star Trek, and we watched a couple of other shows, but it's like anything Marvel that's on Disney Plus. But it's I don't know what's happening on cable TV because we don't have cable TV.
Well, no, like, yeah, I guess in a way, if we have to sum up this part of the podcast, in a way, I feel like we're going backwards. Like that's what I'm gonna say, because like I can't think of shows. Like if you ask me, like how many shows do I have back then were like had a central like black cast?
Sorry,
Or
Granite.
Hispanic. What's Granite saying?
We were supposed to watch Star Trek tonight.
Oh, I could see it. But you got to switch too. I actually think that's more important.
Yeah, we can watch it
There's
tomorrow morning.
There was a Fresh Prince remake. I could think of that. But like, if you were to ask me, like, I
But
can think of
the Fresh Prince remake wasn't family friendly. Like I watched Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I don't know, it's like 10 or 12 or something like that. Like it definitely wasn't like over 18. And the remake, I only watched a couple episodes of it, but it was a lot more adult than the original.
I haven't seen it. I'll have to go back and I'll have to go back and look. But yeah, I don't know. It's a very interesting thing. Like, there's a lot of things that were going on in the 80s and 90s, but like, okay, like I could look Fresh Prince, Martin, Moesha, Sister, The Cosby Show, A Different World,
Family Matters,
The Jeffersons, Sanford and Son. Like I can literally list like 9-10 shows, right? But then there's like a point like now where, and maybe I'm struggling, like maybe those are more spaced out than I'm making it out to seem. Maybe that's the thing. But then if I look at the gay character, like shows with a gay character, or even that's on its own evolution, right? Because like
you need to watch more Star Trek.
Yeah, well, I feel like Star Trek would be very inclusive, but I think that's the point of sci-fi.
Yeah,
sci-fi pushes that envelope there.
Actually, if you want to watch a really good show, I mean, I don't know how well it holds up, but Babylon 5 had tackled some really interesting issues too.
Babylon 5, I heard a lot about Babylon 5.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like sci-fi can do that in a way that that is very progressive and challenges norms in a way that.
But like Star Trek's been doing that since it first came out. Like the first season of Star Trek, the original series.
But I feel like that's a thing of sci-fi though. I think sci-fi let's I think sci-fi has always pushed what is socially acceptable. Right? Like one of my favorite, I guess, sci-fi futuristic writers, H.G. Wells, right?
Mm.
If you think about it, right?
The Time Machine, right?
Time Machine, War of the Worlds. He has like several of them, right? The Invisible Man. Like he's pushing, like at the time, what were considered like very progressive ideas in his writing.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like sci-fi does that. Like if you're thinking about the future, you do that. So when you think about Star Trek, like they're going to be like, oh, multi-races, like multi-planets, like these people are getting along. Like,
mm-hmm.
I think that's part of the genre. But now, okay, so let me ask you a question, Rebecca. What's the sci-fi show of today?
Like,
what has replaced Star Trek?
There's new Star Trek.
Oh, so there's new Star. So you're saying Star Trek keeps going through?
Yeah. So there's a new series. Actually, it's the season finale that we were watching. It's a Star Trek Starfleet Academy. There's also Strange New Worlds, which should have another season coming out this year, I think.
Okay. So we still have sci-fi coming out. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
And also, I mean, I watch a lot of Marvel shows. Like the last one I watched was Wonder Man. There's new Stargate too. I forgot about that. I don't really know what that's going to be about. I haven't seen any previews for it. I just know it's coming. Avatar: The Last Airbender. What else? But yeah, I was gonna say it's the Marvel. There's so much stuff in Marvel, like so many different characters. I'm gonna mispronounce the name, but I'm gonna try Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings. Like that was really fascinating to watch.
But I think Marvel, Stan Lee wrote Marvel as like a social justice comic series.
Yeah. And like Ms. Marvel, is that the name? The girl who is Pakistani, I think.
Sure.
And I know the actress who plays her is from Toronto.
Oh, that's cool.
She went to the same school as Hayden Christensen, who played teenager Anakin Skywalker.
I do recognize that name.
Yeah. So that's actually a new comic. It only came out probably 10 to 15 years ago. But it's like a Marvel comic. So
I think like there's so much of this, and I'll call it art right now, like comics and sci-fi, literary or comic, that have pushed are pushing those things. But I think there's like this almost pushback that has emerged that I think is really interesting. That is starting to say like, oh, this is new. This is not the way it used to be.
Well, there's a lot more of like people want to see themselves represented in media, whether it's in games or TV shows or whatever. One of my favorite fantasy authors, it's Mercedes Lackey is her name. And she, in the 80s and 90s, wrote a lot of books with main characters who were gay and sorry, I'm trying to read and talk at the same time.
Yeah. I'm looking at her books.
Yeah, so she wrote a lot of gay characters, and at the time nobody else was, so she's like, she hasn't had as many main characters, or she hasn't had any main characters that are gay lately, but like supporting characters that are. And somebody asked her why she hasn't written as many main characters that way, and she's like, well, because other people are writing them now. I don't have to be the only one.
Oh.
So, but like it's like only so when I was in the 90s, I went to church that was an evangelical missionary church, so very
Oh wow.
fundamentalist.
Very spreading the word.
Yeah. Well, my dad and a couple of my uncles and my cousins go to that church. And I was living with my dad after I was done school. And I didn't really talk about what I read because I knew that nobody at that church would be like understanding of it. But I had a conversation with somebody at the who she did actually read the Mercedes Lackey books, and she's like, "Oh, I don't know why she made it so that that he was still stayed gay. Like he could have changed his ways." And I'm just kind of thought like, you really don't understand, do you?
No.
And that was like a couple weeks later I moved. So I was like, yeah, I'm not going to one of these churches anymore.
Yeah, but that is a lot of people's belief. You know who I wish we had on this show? We brought in Rihanna Pratchett, Sir Harry Pratchett's daughter.
Okay.
And she would have been phenomenal to have this guy, because she did like 2 hour Shades of Purple with, it's just like episode 16. And she's another person. Well, so, there's like the whole thing with who wrote Harry Potter?
Oh,
the one Zaylee doesn't like. J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling, right? And so there's this whole thing in the UK about like J.K. Rowling is this huge, like obviously fantasy writer, but before J.K. Rowling, it was Sir Harry Pratchett, Sir Harry Pratchett, and so like there's all this stuff that when J.K. Rowling came out with her stuff, everybody was like, oh yeah, Sir Harry Pratchett was also, and like Rihanna, the daughter, had been like, no, my dad put trans and gay characters in the book. Like I grew up with these people. Mm-hmm. And so like, as you're talking about your experience, it's reminding me of the conversation we had with Rihanna, who's also Rihanna's, I think she's like early 50s now, but it's a very interesting conversation that like how it's normalized for like normal people, like, but then what you said, this idea of like, oh, they can change themselves, or why is this here? Like that tension is very interesting to me.
Yeah. Well, it's so weird because when I lived there with my dad, he was like, I played Magic the Gathering. I couldn't have my cards out. I couldn't watch a lot of the shows that I wanted to watch anymore, but he was watching like, I wasn't allowed to watch anything that was like magical or whatever, but he watched Charmed. So
isn't that with witches?
Yeah. And yeah, so, but I mean, I started watching sci-fi like Star Trek because of my dad. Like I watched it with him. And Star Wars I watched with my dad. Like, or he actually recorded off of TV The Return of the Jedi for me so I could watch it. Like, it's just, I don't know.
That's so interesting. So how could he be okay with one but not the other?
I wonder if it's just the influence of that church, because once he started attending that church, he kind of went a little bit more to the right.
Holy roly. Went more holy roly.
Yeah. Whereas when I go to church, I go to a much more progressive church. So
it's so interesting. I think it's so interesting. I think, like I said, given everything that's going on in the world, I think it's a very interesting thing. And obviously we're talking games on the channel and serials and TV shows, but I think that's the art of our time,
Mhm.
in the conversation around the art right now, I can't help but get this feeling that in some ways we've went back. And just like what Daytona saying, Daytona graduated in 2022, and for that to be the situation, I don't know. It just
Well,
seems weird to me.
that's
Seems weird.
why actually that's why a lot of people like The Sims, is because they made some changes to it, and now you can select whether your character prefers like men, women, or whatever. You can make them trans now, but it's been coded into The Sims from the very beginning, from the original The Sims, that they were bi. They just liked everybody. And you could have them in The Sims 2. You could have them over time. They would develop a preference for one or the other, depending on like if you romance mostly female Sims, then they would get a preference for female Sims, right? And vice versa. But you could have gay characters. You could have bi characters Sims. It yeah, it was like completely open. And now in The Sims 4, you pretty much have to choose that. But that's the big one thing, is that it has been very much like people felt like they were more represented in The Sims, because you could make your Sims do whatever.
Right. No, I understand. Like, I understand why there is what I would say probably a higher queer representation in video game, in something in The Sims where you can like where it can be open, like you have your own world there that you can create that doesn't exist somewhere else, and you can create like, hey, this is like the world I want to see myself in that. So that makes sense to me. Like, I think everybody should have that. I guess I find it just so weird that someone enjoying that, especially in a Sims, where it's like you can, if you don't want that in your Sims, you don't have to have that in your Sims, but it would impact you. It's like the Dragon Age situation last year, or 2 years ago, where people were literally like, oh, this is horrible. But it's like, yeah, but you have to get to like 7 different questions and answer it a certain way to get to like this storyline in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't remember that like, why is there such a huge push against just having games that are just has the possibility, I guess.
Yeah.
Is my...
Well, it was interesting though with The Sims, because that was 2000 that it came out, and that it was coded like that. So, but I mean, if you didn't want to play that way, you would never know.
I totally, yes, that's my whole thing. Mm-hmm. Like, that's my whole thing. It's makes me feel like there's something else going on that they're trying to, especially in games. Like games, you mentioned Marvel, right? I think like if we think about some of the most Marvel, or let's talk superheroes, let's talk sci-fi, let's talk video games, there's always been this undercurrent of underrepresentation being represented there, because these are, to be very frank, like somewhat progressive forms of art for their time. Mm-hmm. But now there's like this movement that says like, take this out of games, you're making it, this isn't what games used to be. And I'm like, wait a second, like that is what games always used to be.
Yeah.
I think the problem is contrarian opinions get applied much easier than 20 years ago. Say more, granted, say more. If you did those quests in Dragon Age, it resulted in a really amazing quest. It was a shame people were so phobic they didn't get to try it. Yeah, I think Mel, he was here earlier, but he would be a really good person because he kind of went through the entire game. But yeah, I don't know. Like these are things I keep like I think about sometimes, like when I go down my rabbit holes. So thank you for entertaining me with it, Rapalika.
It's midnight.
You're like midnight. We can do anything. Uh, but well, or in David Wilson's probably waking up for the next day. And I saw your comment there, T. Wilson. Terry Pratchett was David Wilson. Were you around
Sorry.
when we had
What was that?
when we had Rihanna? If you want, I'll try to bring her on, and potentially you can talk to her yourself because she was a cool guest.
She wanted me to say more.
Oh, you said you said to Granite say more, so he came down here.
Oh yes, I think the problem. Yes, say more, Granite.
Well, she says say more. Here, take my headphones. You have to come over here.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you, Granite.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay. So I don't think it's a controversial theory, but basically like there's always like that 1% or 2% that was always against sort of the change of the liberalization of culture or whatever. And so with the internet and like you only had so many outlets to express those views. But now in like 2026, where we're hyper connected, like we can get together, we can make bigger noise. And so what seems like a critical mass of people that say, I really hate this representation in a TV show is actually just a much smaller minority of people than we think. Probably most people just either don't care.
Interesting. I mean, I would love to believe that. The thing I look at is then you have just any number of things like we talked about Dragon Age. It's such a huge. It seems like it's huge community, but you're saying that it's like potentially much smaller. They're just coordinated.
They're just loud. Yeah. So do they like do 40% of gamers who play that game actually care? Because that's what it feels like, but that actually seems really high to me.
Maybe. Yeah, I would love for that to be the case, right? Like I think for me, I can't help but think like, and maybe I just wasn't paying attention to it, but I don't remember like certain video games getting nearly the amount of hate that they get, or TV shows or movies, or where people are automatically like, oh, that's bad because it's a woman character.
But I find, and maybe it's just like a self-selection bias, but like on all the discords, I'm on hundreds of discords. I don't follow them all, but like I don't find real people talking about those things. I find people 100%. On Twitter or X, and so I think it's just, we'll say the 5% that like are against this stuff. And 100 years ago, if you were in a village, you might be against the stuff, but there was no one to really talk out against it. So you just kept your mouth shut. But now that you can band together with people, right? Mm-hmm. So like if you said something I didn't like, and we got 1,000 people to spam your Twitter feed, you think everyone hates what I had to say tonight. That could only be like less than 0.1% of the people. I just got a lot of people to band together and give you a hard time.
Yeah. No, I mean, I would love for that to be, if that is truly the situation, right? Like that it's a smaller group of people than would appear. I would love for that to be the case. It just seems like this smaller group is somewhat driving the discourse.
And that is true. And that's the problem, is you do have minority opinions driving the agenda. And so you get a lot of people in the middle who maybe they're a little bit biased one way or the other, but don't really care overall. And it's not worth it to put their necks out and have an internet argument with people. So then they're like the small number of people can be very loud.
Yeah.
And like you see it on the flip side too. And I'm not prepared, so I don't have the numbers or anything, but like it doesn't take, like if there's like even like racial rates and gay rates and all those things, those movements also all started with like a very small number of people that grew over time until you hit a critical mass. And the number is very low. It's like 10% of a population is what you need to actually create societal change, whether that's good change or bad change.
Interesting.
So like if you have like a 1% that can get another 9% on board, now you have a movement.
Look at you. So granted, when did you become this social movement person? Like you're talking like you're like it's like I like it.
Because well, I'm a social worker by day. That's my day job.
Okay. So
Yeah.
this is okay. So
Yeah.
this is
So
your bread and butter.
yeah, I have a master's degree in social work and social policy.
Wow. Okay. Well, there. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
So that's why. But
So
like
yeah.
I said, like it's all in my head, but I don't have any statistics or stuff to back it up because it's just Friday night hanging out
No,
or whatever it is. Yeah,
Thursday.
Night, Friday
Thursday
morning.
night, whatever.
One of those.
I got
No,
a weird
that's
work schedule this week.
That's super. So, I guess where my thing is that, like, I 100% agree. Plus one, or plus 100, everything you said. My thing is, it would seem like there was momentum, right? If I was to think about social change and positivity, there was this positive momentum. We talked about how let's use LGBTQ plus rights, right, and acceptance, and now there's like this almost seems like a sliding back.
Oh,
And
there
so
is.
like then like how do you counter that?
It's tough. I mean, and there's always the pendulum, right? So you got change in culture, and you got counter. Like we're always fighting with ourselves. And like I remember when I was like a little kid in elementary school, and you'd get the teacher that was almost ready to retire, and she'd be like, you know, we're doing this new part of the curriculum, but this is what we did like 30 years ago, and everyone acts like it's new, but it's not. And I think it's just, you know, what we want is we just see social change and we just chug along and everything gets better. But eventually that critical mass that's sort of like dragging us back, they get their limelight again. So the pendulum switches back, they pull us back a bit. And so it's sort of like, it's about, you know, you hear a lot about apathy. Voters don't show up. And it's the apathy that creates the space for that.
Oh.
Right. So it's like, yep, you know, we figured out the race thing and we got, you know, gay rights are on the right agenda or whatever. But then, so I don't really need to worry about as much. I don't need to be as active in those things as much. I don't need to support public policy on those issues anymore. But then that apathy opens the door for people that do care more to push their agenda. So, and sometimes that agenda is good for us, and sometimes that agenda is bad for us.
I got it. So it seems like we're almost. This is going to sound really depressing, but it almost sounds like if it's basically, if I understand you correctly, like there's this pendulum, right?
Yeah.
You have momentum going this way, and then you have a bunch of apathy that allows the people who want to push it back this way. Right. And then eventually you get enough apathy here that then it pushes back this way, right? So it's almost like you're almost bound to eventually lose all of your progress, right? Because then or no.
And I think that's the challenge is you know the pendulum's going to swing, so you preserve as much as you can. So then when it's time again, whatever social issue is back in vogue, you don't have to remake up the ground that you lost.
Wow.
So I mean, it's not an excuse to say the pendulum swings and we can't do anything about it, well, we can create drag on that momentum, and we can push that pendulum. And it's about being thoughtful about reading the signs of like, what's the next upcoming issue, and
I like it.
yeah. So it's never give up.
Never give up. Read the signs. Be aware, and I guess what you're saying is be aware to whatever that is, so you don't have to.
Yeah, and some of it's luck, and some of it's just like there's certain issues. It'll be their time, and those issues, they change every couple of years. And I know a lot of times when we're in the present, we feel we're stuck on a certain issue. But if we look at 3 or 4 years, the issues are always different than they were.
Always change.
Yeah, it's always changing. So it's like whatever's at the limelight now, this is the time to make change. But also don't forget about preserving what we've already built.
Correct.
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh my goodness, this makes me look at that. We started off talking about, I don't know, so many things, but then we ended up here, which I love. I love this conversation.
Yeah. No, I love social justice stuff.
Really? I did not know.
Yeah.
Grant, we've been playing like Mario Kart World and Orcs Must Die for like the better part of a year now. Where was this before?
That was our fun time. I didn't have to change your heart and mind.
Oh, why would you say you changed your mind?
I wouldn't have to. Like we're not. I don't know. There's no raging racists while we're playing Mario Kart together, so there's no need to.
I don't know. Yeah. As unfortunately, it seems like Zalek and D. Wilson run into some of them though, in some of the corners of the community, which, that is. I feel bad for Zalek because I think she does run into some of the darker parts of the community. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we run. It's not. I guess for me, obviously, like a raging racist would probably not come on this channel. What I do find though is that the apathy. We have a lot of that, and we have a lot of people who would maybe tolerate opinions or language.
Yeah,
that allows stuff to cultivate.
Yeah, and it's awkward, right? It's awkward and it's uncomfortable to say something about it. It is rare that I come across it, but it could be self-selection bias. People just know, like, don't talk about that crap in front of Granite because he's gonna give you a hard time, right? So, and because I did play with some, and Rebellica was there. She was listening overhead, and I was playing with someone. And we were playing Arc Raiders, and it was like I'd met him on a Discord, and we got killed. And in Arc, there's sort of this PvE or is it PvP game, and he felt we were in a PvE lobby, and like all of a sudden, like the N-word starts flying, and I'm like what is going on here? And he was just like, oh, that's just like when we used to play when we were younger, and like I'm just like dude, like I know you're upset at them and that you're reporting them for what you think should have not been a PvP moment, but like if they counter report you for using the N-word, like you're getting banned. And it just like flew over his head. And like I think that's the only example I can think of that I've ever actually encountered. And I don't know why, because it does exist out there, and I hear the stories, but it doesn't gravitate towards me for some reason.
But we usually play with people who are more familiar, not
we don't play with strangers, and maybe that's what it is. Is we it's like a self-selection bias. Like we kind of vet the people we play with before we really spend a lot of time with them.
So yeah, I feel bad then for the people who are just like coming into the space, like they're
Mhm.
somewhat neutral, they haven't gamed in a while, and then
Yeah.
they run into something, and then they see that, and or they hear that,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it's like, what the? Oh my goodness. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
like, I think y'all know me well enough. Like, I'm going to do my best to make you feel intellectually stupid if I hear something like that. So, like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I just ask questions enough times until they realize, like,
Yeah.
stupid is in the mirror.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think a lot of people that, like, like, like people that want to give others a hard time will pick the opportunities when they think they can more or less get away with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
And, well, to chat, if you run into granite, be ready. And I
yeah.
think just for me, like, I think people would, like, they won't say anything when I'm there, but I'm not sure if that's better or worse because if they're still holding that tolerance and
Yeah.
some people will be like joking and I'm like, there's a difference between joking and like, yeah, I don't know. Interesting. But I didn't know that, Grant. Rabalik, I did not know that. I did not know like we had like a social work. What was the second? Social policy.
So, yeah. So I'm a social worker, and my master's was a social work master's with a specialty in social policy.
Gosh, jeez. So you're seriously like community organizing?
No, not
No.
really. I just
Okay.
yeah, like I work I work more frontline stuff. So I didn't
Oh,
I don't
wow.
actually like I use the policy stuff in terms of like helping clients apply for benefits and appealing things, and like I'm kind of the go-to guy like when people have like application issues, like you're applying for like a disability program, like they might say like how should we word this or phrase this, or what should we look out for. But I do a lot of frontline stuff. Like a lot of my day job is just visiting people in their homes or under a bridge or whatever, and watching them
Wow.
take their meds and stuff like that. So
Wow, the patience. Hey, more hats off to you.
yeah,
Like hats off to you.
yeah, but yeah, I enjoy it. I'm in the same job I started 20 years ago.
I could never do it.
Yeah, I mean, like
Yeah.
I mean, so like I'm a veteran in the right here, and so I know a lot of social programs for veterans, and there's a lot of veterans who really
Mhm.
benefit from it. So I mean, I see that from that,
Oh
and
yeah,
then just other communities I'm part of, like New York has a very large
yeah,
social worker.
yeah. And like I don't necessarily work with vets as a specific population, but I know like there's other parts of the like I work with a large employer, and like there's like a veterans program within that, and like they do all the mental health, and there's a lot of homelessness too in the veteran population.
Yes, I mean, just yeah, I'm sure you're dealing with at-risk populations as well.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, like unfortunately, there's definitely it's a lot. So thank you for thank you for doing that. Thank you for getting Rabalica to switch too.
yeah,
That was super awesome. Now we only need to get Zalik and Daytona to get a switch too,
yeah.
and David Wilson to get us to switch too. We can get
If
those
only,
three.
if only they had staples with good sales.
I think Daytona has a Staples.
Yeah,
Zalik she's waiting. I think Zalik's waiting for about 2 more games to get to the Switch too.
yeah, yeah.
And
So
Daytona just needs to realize he wants to play Mario Kart World.
yeah, unfortunate for Daytona, I think the sale ended yesterday.
Oh,
So, but just to watch out, Staples does. It wasn't the Switch that was on sale. It was a coupon code for $100 off of any purchase over like $200 or something. Something
What?
crazy. Whatever the number was. So, and it didn't exempt the consoles. So
that's
So-
an amazing deal. So you kind of like got something, and you almost timed it perfectly for. And we didn't talk about it, but
No.
Mario Day. Mario Day. You almost timed it perfect on Mario Day.
Yeah, I tried. Yeah, so it came fast too. I ordered it yesterday.
Oh wow!
And it showed up. It shipped at 2 a.m. and it was at our house at 1 o'clock.
Oh wow! So Rebecca, you had no idea what it was?
Oh, she's asking if you had any idea that the Switch was coming.
No.
Oh wow! Wow! Super cool move, Granite. Super cool move.
Yeah, well, and it's funny because I asked her the day before. I asked her on Tuesday. I said, like, did you still want to Switch 2, or is that like?
And then I entered a sweepstakes. Disney Dreamlight Valley is giving away 4 Switch 2s, so I had put in all the entries for that.
Yeah. But yeah, she had. Oh. Yeah, I thought she maybe knew, but I guess not.
Well, it's written on here.
Yeah.
So I saw it on.
Yeah, and but yeah, so, and then doing it, crashing your party, your show was just a spontaneous.
Oh no, I loved it. I love it. I mean, she came on in her what's it called? Jedi robe.
Yeah.
So like I was like, oh wow, she's super coming in like Star Wars, and then I saw. So yeah, it was super cool.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out a way to get her onto the show again because like we had watched Star Trek, so she said she wasn't going to go on tonight. So.
Oh, thanks for bringing her on. Yeah. Thanks for coming. I mean, that was super cool because like if you go back, you can see like the excitement, like Ravalica, she's super excited.
Yeah.
So I thought that was cool. Yeah. And Linz is here. Linz, you missed it. Ravalica on stream got a Switch 2 from Granite, her husband. And she had no idea. So it was like a surprise Switch to, I guess, revealing. So that was like super cool. Yeah.
It was fun. Anyways, I'll give you Rebecca back.
I can't hear anything. So there.
Yeah. Oh no, we were just talking. Yeah, Granted, super cool guy. Got to learn a little bit about him. And then Linz, yeah, I know, super cool. Let's go. Exactly. So we got more people. We could maybe do like we're starting to get enough to Linz. We might be able to do like a pretty big Mario Kart race, because you can fit like 20 something people on that thing. There it is. Look, she got the Mario Kart bundle. She got it. Just picked it up. The Mario Kart bundle. And she got it for $100 off. Well, granted, her husband got it for $100 off from Staples. So, I think that's a phenomenal deal, by the way. That is just a phenomenal deal. So, my goodness.
It actually says on the package sort of what it is. I guessed, but I wasn't 100% certain. I didn't even know if it was for me or for someone else. So I was like, okay. What is this?
Oh, really? Wow. No, I thought it was super cool. I was like, what is it? I thought it was like, I didn't know what it was. I thought it was something Star Wars-esque because that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
And then once I saw like that red box I saw the DO, I was like, oh my goodness, is this really a Switch 2? We were just talking about it last week. We were just talking about how you need to get you your own Switch 2.
Yeah. But my headphones, these are my headphones. They blend in with my background.
Oh, I thought that was a headband.
No, they're Bluetooth headphones.
That's crazy. I thought those were a headband.
But they died. So I couldn't hear anything you were saying.
Oh, no. Well, we were just talking. He was just talking about his job.
Yeah.
Louis, you're getting a Switch 2 as well? Louis, are you seriously getting a Switch 2? If you're getting a Switch 2, Louis, we have to do like a giant Mario Kart show. We have so many Switch players now. We'll have to do that. Or whatever. Mario Party. I've never done Mario Party. I've never done any of the other ones, but I'm open to it.
Yeah, it'll be fun to play Switch. They're like even against Granite, because Granite's a much better racer than I am.
Granite is good. I feel like there was a time I was a little bit better than Granite, then Granite was a little better than me, then we switched back and forth. But he's now, I think, legitimately better than me. Because I always
thought that I was a terrible racer, and then when I started racing against other people, I realized I'm only terrible against Granite.
No, you're good. I mean, I think you beat me almost every single time, and for sure Mario Kart Deluxe, you'll take me. I think
I have a little bit of problem with like the hairpin curves. That's what I have trouble with.
Deluxe, I'm just horrible. Daytona in chat is amazing. Lens is really good. Lens is good if he's not streaming. If Lens is streaming, I can beat him. If Lens is not streaming, he's very hard. And then you did Sonic Racing though.
I did doing Sonic.
Oh, that was you. That was Granite.
Yeah.
I feel like Sonic Racing.
Jack of all trades. I've seen that. That looks interesting.
Wait, is Jack of all trades here? Jack's here?
New message on there. There's a new game coming out called in the chat. My mouse is not working.
Oh my! All I see is Lens of Truth Daytona. I see Granite.
There we go.
I don't see Jack.
No, just a minute ago.
I don't see. Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm missing it. Let me see live chat. There he is. Just got here. Oh my goodness. Yes. Okay. Become where you actually play as a spur. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I saw the preview for that.
I think Ambi was telling me that. Ambi was telling me that there's that game. Jack, we actually mentioned you earlier. What were we talking about? Oh, Rabolica is starting to get into. No, not starting to. Rabolica has her original Super Nintendo, and she's gonna start buying more Super Nintendo games physically. That's what we were talking about, right?
If I can find some, yeah.
Yeah,
so they're hard to find, and I don't want football though.
Yeah, no Madden, as we found out, no Madden. So I thought, yeah. So Jack of all trades is the one who I said who's invested like 1,500 into his retro gaming physical collection. Mm-hmm. But yeah,
the games that I have for the Super Nintendo are kind of interesting. So my brother got Double Dragon from somebody, and we didn't get it originally, but he also got Super Mario World from somebody, and it was one with the All-Stars, so it had like all the previous games as well.
Oh wow!
Like the Lost Levels and Super Mario 1, 2, and 3. But then the ones we had there's one called Claymates, which is a platformer, but you turn into animals.
Interesting.
You're a little blue ball of clay. And if you hit like a gray ball, you turn into a rat that's small. You can get through smaller gaps. If you hit a purple one, you turn into a shark that can only stay out of water for 10 seconds, but can swim. And there's a green one that turned you into a bird. You could sort of fly for a little while. And there was a brown one that turned you into a squirrel, and you could throw acorns. And basically the point of the game was you had to get to where your father was, and he was a scientist that had accidentally turned you, Clayton, into a ball of clay so that you could get the cure and turn back into a human. It's called Claymates. It's about SNES. It's from SNES.
Well, I got it. Like, see, I played Star Fox. Star Fox is like the only thing I think I really... Star Fox, Zelda, Link to the Past, some of the Super Mario, whatever with the Yoshi.
Claymates was not based on claymation. No. It was not. It was, you were a little blue ball. You were a piece of clay. What else was there? But the other games I had were things like we had Family Feud and Clue, Return of the Jedi, which talked to it last time. Tennis, Super Tennis. That's how I learned
I remember that. I think I remember this one.
I can't remember now. We didn't have a ton of games, and a lot of them were like more family games. I think more like less fighting games and more like, I don't know, family friendly couch games.
Interesting. So I had a brother and male cousins. So we had a lot of the when I think of Super Nintendo playing it, there was like Mortal Kombat, NBA Jams, like very competitive, that type of gaming. It wasn't until later that I got more into like the kind of games that I play now, because I don't really play like those types of games now.
And when you had Mario Paint, which was another one where it's like it's a one player game, but it's like a bunch of little tiny games with like mini games
within the game.
Yeah. But I never had like Zelda or anything like that. So
I did play Star Fox. Star Fox is one good one. Let me see my collection is. Donkey Kong Country, Donkey Kong Country 2. I didn't realize there was 3 Donkey Kong Countries. Wow. Chrono Trigger, Zelda Link to the Past. That is actually considered one of the hardest Zeldas, by the way. Demon's Crest, Castlevania 4, Super Metroid, Star Fox. Yes, Star Fox. You have to have Star Fox.
Yeah, those are like completely different from the games I have.
Yeah, I would imagine. Like from Lion King, I've said this before. Lion King I think I played it on Game Gear. There's a level in that's extremely hard. Like that, I've never understood the logic to it.
Mm-hmm.
Does Jax have a budget suggestion for a box that converts NES and SNES to HDMI? He might. And y'all need
kind of having problem connecting the old systems to the TV. That's why I don't play them very much right now.
If Ambi's still in chat, Ambi kind of has a lot of retro things. And if y'all have not checked out, Jack of All Trades has his own channel. Xbox International has his own channel. 2 very big channels for anybody who's in chat. If doesn't know them, both of them have been featured on Shades of Purple.
Because I was gonna say new TVs don't have the coax connection that we used to use to connect.
But yeah, so Jack, how are you playing it? And how are you playing your retro gaming? That would be a good thing for him to do. So, but man, y'all missed some of y'all coming in. We had a really good conversation earlier. Jack of All Trades, and Louis. Louis came in, was early and then came in. So thanks for coming back, Louis. And please get a Switch 2, Louis. If you're gonna get a Switch 2, would love to. I don't know. I think if you're into retro gaming, Switch I think it's a cool place to do that. To a degree.
Yeah.
Just a second, gonna look at the box and tell you 1 minute. Okay, so he's gonna get the box, the converter box thing that he's doing. Interesting. So there is a way. Rebecca, seems like you might be going to this retro gaming store much sooner than you had anticipated. Ambi also. Oh, there goes Ambi. It's not soldering HDMI. Adapters are the best option.
Yeah, I don't want to solder anything because I always burn my fingers.
Oh yeah. Hey, I don't do it. So there's.
I went to school for I went to school for computer networking, which included a large section of electronics, like soldering electronics onto the boards and stuff like that. Yeah, so I know how to do stuff like that.
So we got Robolica STEM major, right? Because Zarina STEM major, Wit STEM major. Like the women on the channel always come and represent.
I did, and I did that. I did the technical support for computers, internet, printers for like 10 years. But I really prefer artistic stuff like sewing, knitting, crocheting.
I have it up
Linguistics.
here?
I like languages. Oh, it's after midnight. I do Duolingo. And
Did you do it for today?
I missed it. That's okay.
Well,
I had a streak freeze, so I'll be fine. But I'm at 949. I'll be at 950 when I do my lesson.
what's
My
your
streak.
lesson? What language?
I'm doing Japanese and Korean right now. So I do one
Oh
of each.
my god, 안녕하세요. I know. I used to Korean. I used to know a little bit of Korean.
Yeah, my church has a lot of Korean people who go there. So they always talk to each other in Korean, which drives me crazy. So that's why I want to learn it. So I know what they're saying.
Oh my goodness. Do you have a Korean restaurant there? Like a solid Korean restaurant?
Probably, but I'm allergic to a lot of the Korean food because shellfish and brown rice. And I'm vegetarian. There's not a lot of vegetarian.
There isn't. Well, there's kimchi.
I make my own.
So so I'm saying if you like, there's kimchi. And then I'm trying to think like, I mean, most of the stuff I would eat is.
Oh, Granite says
Korean.
for some reason I do the home network troubleshooting. Part of that is mobility issues though, because I have a really hard time getting around. So, and I just, after doing tech support, I had nothing to do with computers for like 3 years. I was just like, stay away from computers, done with computers. And I'm starting to get back into it a little bit, but it was just, I stopped working because of an anxiety disorder. Okay, I didn't want to be anywhere near a computer unless I was playing a game.
This is I'm not far behind you on that. I am. Work is. I had someone talk to me today about work. Like, are you interested in? I'm like, no. Why do I want to go work again? Like, where? Like, I was like, are you kidding me? Like, if you were. Go ahead.
Don't talk about kimchi. I put some in some glass jars with fermenting lids on them, and they exploded up through the middle of the lid.
Oh. I don't think it's supposed to do that.
No, it was all over the ceiling in the kitchen.
Aren't you supposed to bury it?
Well, or put it in the fridge.
Okay. I just know.
It was only on the counter for like a day. So.
Okay.
There was kimchi all over the ceiling. It was pretty bad.
Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Well, she knows kimchi. She clearly knows kimchi. And Daytona said to let them have their secrets.
Well, no, but when I'm talking, so like if I'm talking to somebody who is Korean there, and somebody else who's Korean comes up to them, they'll start talking to each other in Korean, and I'm left out of the conversation. I don't like that.
There you go. That's why she wants to be able to say like, oh my goodness. I used to have a decent amount of Korean because I lived there for 18 months. So not like a ton of time, but it's actually a fairly easy language to pick up.
My aunt, the one I was talking about earlier, who has all the friends who were gay when I was a kid, she lived in Korea for a while when I was in high school, and so that's I don't think she liked it there though. She was also vegetarian. So.
I mean, Korea. Well, when did your aunt live in Korea?
In the 90s.
See, Korea's changed. Like, Korea is such an interesting place because they have so much like reverence for their elderly. And so it's really weird because like virtually like all these Koreans are like black belts in Taekwondo. Like that's a thing. That's like an actual thing. So like every morning you'll see all these older Koreans like doing their like stuff and they're all like black belts. I'm not even kidding about this. But they also have like this very like technological scene that they don't get credit for. But when you think about it, like they have Samsung, they have LG, they have like all these Korean brands that are very technological. And so they have some very parts of the country that are very high tech, some that aren't. But I guess it just really depends. I was there younger. Like I was in my early 20s when I lived there. So like some of what I think I remember was just because I was young,
Hmm.
and it's like the first like, oh, I'm not living in the US.
Well, I think my aunt was like an au pair type of a thing at the time, like a
Oh,
so like teaching English or something like that. Like
yeah.
she also lived in Cameroon for a while. She lived in Amsterdam for quite a while. She lived in Germany. She was the world traveler.
That is a lot. That is a lot.
So it's this weird thing with my mom's side of the family where they'll be speaking in English and then throw in sentences in like German or French and everyone just understands it.
Well, you speak French in Canada.
Yes, but not fluently.
I don't like Canadian French. I get it. Well, y'all are in the British province, right?
British province.
Whatever you call it, right? You're like on the western side of it.
Well, I mean, we live in Ontario, which is kind of central.
Oh, no, that's. Do they speak French a lot in Ontario? It's not Quebec.
Some parts.
Okay, some parts.
Some parts.
I just know
Especially up
Canadian
north, though.
French is so hard for me to understand.
Depends
Like-
on where you live. There are different dialects of French depending on which community you live in. If you live in different parts of Quebec, there's parts of Quebec I can't understand a word they're saying. I'm sorry, but I don't even recognize it as French. Montreal has a different dialect than like Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. There's Northern Ontario is different even. Even in was it? I want to say Winnipeg or like in Manitoba. There's pockets of French-speaking Canadians, and they have a completely different dialect in Quebec too.
Well, there was one dialect that it sounded very like German. It sounded very hard because like German has like sometimes a very like harsh,
Very
sound to it.
guttural sound. Yeah.
And so it was like, what are you saying? But then supposedly like this French is like more like how traditional French is spoken. And I was just like, what? Because like I lived in France. And but yeah, so I was like, I mean, I want to go back. Like I think Montreal is one of the most beautiful cities in the world. Vancouver is as well. Actually, I think Vancouver is the most beautiful city in the world. But that's just my opinion. But yeah, I look forward to going back to Canada.
Well, that's a great place.
Yeah, it sounds like
I mean, it is. I don't know if I'd want to live anywhere else, really. So.
Oh, I'm glad. Good place to be. I mean,
I grew up in like mostly in Ontario, but I also lived in Saskatchewan for a while. But I was really little. But we went back when I was like 7 or 8 years old for a visit, like a long visit, like a couple of weeks visiting people. So
wow.
I went to school there for that a couple of days for that time too. So
Super cool.
It's like grade 3. So
no. Well, I'll have to I don't know. We'll see. I'll see if my mom wants to go. She keeps saying she wants to go, but I'm gonna have to most likely take some time from work and go up there. It's just I enjoyed it. I enjoyed my time there.
Well, if you ever go to Anime North, I'm at Anime North most years.
Anime North. Okay.
I'm in the fashion department. Like I run panels for the fashion department, and sometimes the fashion show I used to do, but it's on Friday evenings, and I haven't been able to go since it was on Friday evenings. So but
everything about Rebolica. So if y'all did not know earlier, Rebolica came on actually in her Star Wars garb,
which I'm still wearing.
Oh, she's still wearing it. She's a Jedi.
Long hair is a problem with this hood.
Like I said, I had to pull mine back today. I'll probably wash it in the morning before I go to work. But I pulled it back because it was a little. This
hood is this hood is really slippery though. It slides. I have to put a comb or something in it so it'll stay in spot.
It definitely looks more like the emperor's robe, though. Have I been to Australia? I haven't. The one time I was supposed to go, my friend Holly was getting married, and I didn't go. But I want to go. I want to go. I want to go. But no, I haven't went. Ontario sounds amazing in a French Canadian accent. Nads is French Canadian. Yeah, Nads is French. Nads is like probably the most French Canadian. Well, I know Zarina, and Zarina speaks French. I'm pretty sure. Zarina and
Yeah. Well, she lives in Montreal, I think. So
does she?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I know, but you can hear it. You can hear like they kind of have like that.
And I think she maybe speaks Spanish too.
Really?
I think so.
I did not know Zarina spoke Spanish. Her conversation was. I thought Zarina's some of the kind of social. I'm not gonna say social justice, but like some of like kind of the social. We had a very solid conversation when she did her Shades of Purple. She kind of spoke about stuff too that I thought was like really cool for her to open up about. So that was I miss Serena. I know she's busy, but I miss Serena.
Yeah. Well, they had a big ice storm there last couple days, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So last I saw, she was like, I hope we don't lose power.
Oh, my goodness. And how did y'all just meet through John Scar's channel?
Yeah.
Is that how it is? Yeah. John Scars has a good community.
Not everybody on there, but most of the people on there are Canadian.
I can imagine. Well, John Scars was just like, or John Scar, I shouldn't say like in past tense, because he still posts on Blue Sky.
Yeah. And he's very active on his Discord. But
is he?
Yeah.
Why doesn't he make content anymore?
He's busy.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So.
He had a good community. I thought he did things really well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess he still has the community.
Yeah.
But are you looking to upscale or just okay? Y'all are still look at that.
Still talking about HDMI.
I know they're going all in on this thing. They're like all into it. Which is good as long as they learn how to as long as they can get it to work.
Yeah.
And it seems like Ambi and Jack are troubleshooting, and Granite is trying to get it to go. Yeah. In Ontario, the French they teach in English schools is closer to the France French than Montreal French. That's what I was told.
Mm-hmm.
It still sounded very harsh. But
well, like in French, you're supposed to roll your R's for some words. I can't do that. So my French teacher actually taught me how to do it in a more German way. So it sounds like you're rolling your R's, but it's actually back in your throat.
That sounds more difficult.
Maybe, but I can't roll my R's. I can't. I also have nerve damage on the side of my tongue, so I can't. I really can't anymore.
So, yeah, you definitely can't.
Yeah,
I still studied French. I studied that was one of my degrees. But if you don't speak it, you lose it. And then I never was stationed in France to.
Yeah, I don't speak French very well, but I can read it. I can understand it. Like not fluently, but pretty well.
Yeah, good enough to get around.
Yeah, but if I were to try to come up with a sentence, I can't remember a sentence structure very well.
So Spanish is a little bit more organic for me. So it's similar, but the pronunciations are very different. Like French is very nasalized, Spanish is very not.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, part of me is kind of like if I was to just leave work, I would probably spend a year really learning languages and just traveling. I might do that. The more I think about it, I'm so like kind of burned out at the moment.
Yeah. No, when I stopped working, it wasn't long after that there was a giant tsunami that hit Japan.
Oh, 2011?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
I was
was
on sick leave actually then. So yeah. Sick leave because I couldn't talk. So when I talked, I sounded like this. Don't know if you can
That's
hear
how
me.
he sounded in January.
So
Like I didn't have any voice.
I hold on. So I had to do like 2.5 years of speech therapy to learn how to speak properly. So I can switch,
Wow.
but it's really hard on the voice, and it takes a lot more air for me to speak. So if I'm doing streaming, I can only stream for 2 hours, and I start to lose my voice.
Oh my goodness. Well, if you want, Rebecca, I know we've been streaming for a while now. So
Yeah.
we've been streaming a long time, y'all. But so we may shut it down here pretty soon 'cause my voice is kind of going.
Yeah. If I get a cold or anything, I can tell that I'm going to get a cold because I lose my voice. It sounds like so when I get a cold, I sound like this. And my friends say I sound like Batman.
They kind of do. You kind of do.
And it's so I have what's called muscle tension dysphonia. And it's that there's two types. So the muscles around your vocal cords will either pull them apart or push them together. I got the good one.
Which means it
pulled them apart so they don't
pulls.
they're not damaged.
Wow.
Because when it pushes them together, then when you speak, they vibrate against each other too much and they get damaged. So when they're pulled apart, it takes more air to make a sound. So like if I try to sing, I can only sing like half as long of a note as I used to be able to. And I still have a little. I have trouble with the higher notes getting the pitch better because it takes a lot more air to make sing higher notes. But I can sing golden. I can't sing Phantom of the Opera anymore, but I can sing golden.
My goodness.
So
that's so nice. We're learning all sorts of things about the Granite Rebelica household today.
Oh, very musical.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. So Granite plays piano and guitar. I can't play guitar because I have really short fingers and I can't reach all the strings on the guitar. I also can't play piano because an octave is from here to here. And unless I want to hit every single key in between, I can't do it.
Aww.
So
seems like they'll balance each other out.
So I play flute and I sing. I played saxophone in high school, but again, like I had to like twist my hand around to be able to get the lower notes because the key was just a little too far away. So
oh goodness, that's what my brother plays. He's a saxophone player. I'm surprised he's never come on the channel. I may try to get him on one day. But oh my goodness, well, Rebecca, we've been on for a while, so I'm gonna any last words? Shout out your channel, anything like that?
I haven't been on this week because I have a sick child, so I haven't been able to stream. But yeah, I'm on Twitch, and my name is Rebelica, and I am on YouTube, and it's Rebelica_YT. Hold on, let me just hold on. There we go. So I just put a message. So that's my account. Yeah, Rebelica_YT is my YouTube channel. And I'm at 198 subscribers right now. It's so close to 200.
Oh, so play on YouTube?
On YouTube, yeah.
Let's get her to 200, y'all. If you can, go subscribe to her YouTube. And if you did not know, Rebelica is that little thing down there that says longtime simmer. Rebelica is a Sims streamer. That is like her like she's the Sims aficionado of the community. So
Like,
and
I
and
know
Star Wars.
people who are like part of the EA Creator Network who have half as many hours in The Sims as I do.
Yeah, she's legit. She's legit. She's like a legit game. Even though Daytona does not think that it's a game. Not joking, Daytona. Daytona's like, stop it. But
Let's see, what am I up to now? 8,653 hours in The Sims 4, according to the app.
she has more hours in one game than I have like my entire gaming.
And yeah, that's one game that I've been playing since 2021. So like not even 5 years, 4.5 years. I don't know. If I were to estimate, I would say I probably have between 10 and 12,000 hours in The Sims 2. At least.
Over 20,000 hours in 2 games. That's almost like literally probably your entire Sims journey would probably equal over 24,000 hours, which means that's over 1,000 days within The Sims. That's over 3 years of you being awake. That's not you being asleep. It's you being awake. That's like 4 years.
I have played The Sims for 2 days straight without sleeping.
Yes. This is why she is a fanatic of both The Sims and Star Wars, and she knows more about Star Wars than she does The Sims, as we found out. As we found out earlier.
I've been watching Star Wars since I was when was Ewoks on? 90 or 85, 84? I was the target audience. I was been watching Star Wars since the Ewoks and the droids came out.
I know how you and you're saying it with such pride that like it's not like we
not when I was in high school. I was like, I don't really want to admit that I like Star Wars. Things have changed since the 90s.
Things have changed. As we talked about earlier, a lot of stuff has changed in media since the 90s. Mm-hmm. If y'all want to go catch that conversation, is about 2 hours back. But all right, well, I need to rest my voice because
it's almost went. I can feel the strain too.
Yeah, I'm like
switching was not good for my throat.
Well, I'm still recovering from because I had no voice in January, so I'm still recovering from that.
I had no voice for 3 years, 2 years.
No. Jeez, I'm so sorry.
So it got me out of working at the call center.
Without a voice, that would be hard. So, well, with that said, y'all, we will be back next Thursday. I don't think I'm traveling. I think I'll be here. Be back next Thursday. Probably get through some of the stuff we were supposed to get through this week, but we'll talk about it next week. Hopefully Louis gets a Switch too. Zalik and Daytona are waiting on you. And T. Wilson as well. But with that said, I don't care where you game, how you game, why you game, what you game on, how long you've been gaming. As long as you're gaming, you're good with me. And as always, this is Purple Haze, and the proof is in the plane. All right, take care, y'all. And thank you, Rebecca, so much. And thank you, Granite, for the surprise you did on stream. All right, thank you, y'all. And I'll see you on the next one. Later.